Recording in progress.
Mayor, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Penaloza, Councilmember Vasquez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan,
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
You do have 4, that is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions, closed session items? Hearing none, do we have any speakers for closed session?
Mayor, there are no speakers in the chamber on Zoom, and we did not receive any emails related to closed session.
Perfect, thank you. We're going to recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items on closed session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, you're good to go.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken place. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of the entrances and exits. Guidelines for members of the news media and anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting are available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front and take photos. Madam City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Here. Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
You have 6 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I'd like to read something to the public and to those watching at home. The City Council has been meeting in executive closed session for several months now to discuss the appointment of a permanent city manager. With the assistance of Jacob Green and Associates, I am pleased to report that the City Council has negotiated an employment agreement and voted unanimously to appoint Mr. Alvaro Nunez as the city manager for the city of Santa Ana, effective as of today, August 6, 2024. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations. As required by the government code, the City Council will ratify the appointment and approval of his employment agreement in open session on August 20th, 2024. Once again, congratulations, Mr. City Manager. All right, let's get down to business. Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing items numbers 27 and 28 or the Housing Authority agenda, for which comments will be heard during those specified times. Please hold your comments on such items until called upon. Thank you.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Iker Reyes, please join us.
Please rise. Put your right hand on your heart. Ready? Let's begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It has been an honor coming here. Thank you very much for inviting me, Mayor Valeria Mesqua. I am happy to be here, and I couldn't have made it without the support of my family, my friends, and my school, and Mayor Valeria Mesqua. Thank you very much.
Is this on? Okay. We took this a little, we're going out of order today, but it's especially for you because you're special. So Iker's a 5th grader. He'll be at Carver Elementary. And as you can all tell, Iker's going to be the next president of the United States. Believe me when I say that, he is going to be. So Iker, I know it was a lot of time for you and your family to come here and wait for us to come out and then lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we know that the Pledge of Allegiance is very important, right? To pay respect to our country. And so what we have here for you is a certificate of recognition for Iker Reyes in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the community. Thank you so very much for coming in and joining us tonight. And I know I'm going to see you in the community because I see you all the time, you and your family. So thank you. Thank you. This is why we do what we do. Pastor Mario Morales, please, if you come up and lead us in words of inspiration.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to share a quick word of inspiration from the book of Psalms 133 about how good and pleasing it is when brethren dwell together in unity. As a community that comes together and we work together in unity, we could bring peace to this great city. We could bring understanding. And all I really wanted to do is pray for you guys today that you would have the wisdom. So if you would join me in a word of prayer and say, Father, right now in the name of Jesus, Lord, I thank you for this time, Father, speaking unto you for these great men and women, Father God, that are taking this time to guide the city, to lead it. Father, right now I ask for wisdom upon them, Lord. I ask you, Lord, right now that you would help them, God, to make good decisions, to show them, God, what you would have them do, Father, within this city for all people, God. And Lord, right now that you would just have your way within this council meeting as you honor some, Father God, as you go and make decisions, Lord, that you would be in the midst of it, God, because you are pleased when we come together in unity for the same cause and the same effort. We thank you, Lord, and we love you in your precious Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen, and amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate that. Okay. Madam City Clerk, are there any additions or deletions
Thank
to
you,
the
Mayor.
City Council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just noting a correction to item number 14, in agreement with outdoor dimensions. The recommended action, number 1, states 25% for change orders, and it should read 10% for change orders. All stated dollar figures within the item remain the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that. All right, first presentation is by our Mayor Pro Tem to the Comlink Board for outstanding contributions to the community. Please come on up. Come on up, Comlink Board, come on. I'm in rare form tonight.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to start calling out their fantastic names as they come up here. So, hi, y'all. I'm glad there was a separation between me and the child. I don't like going after children. They're always so cute. So I am so proud to introduce your 2023-2024 Board for Comlink. They're comprised of dedicated volunteers who are all Santa Ana residents and neighborhood leaders. Okay, so I'm gonna start calling out your names, and please wave so the residents know who you are, right? Stand over to the side here. All right, we have Carl Benninger, President, Metro Classic. Okay. Oh, you know what? I can just start giving these to you. I don't have all of them. We have Desi Reyes, Vice President, Saddleback View. Okay. Jeffrey Katz, Treasurer, Floral Park. Mary Lou Branch, Secretary, Young Square. Martha Ramirez Rodriguez, Board Member, Wilshire Square. Irma Macias, Board Member, Mid-City. Felipe Guerrero, Board Member, Santa Anita. He is Ward 1. Tay Aston, board member, Mayberry Park. And someone that I met at a Comlink meeting, Patricia Lenahan, board member, Washington Square. So tonight, I'd like to recognize their leadership and accomplishments, especially through their annual Comlink Awards Night, held this year on Thursday, June 27th, 2024, at the Bowers Museum. The board of Comlink secured over $10,000 in donations to underwrite the Comlink Awards Recognition Night. They successfully reached a working agreement with the city and SAUSD to restore access to all SAUSD school facilities for neighborhood association meetings. Congratulations. That means that when any of our neighborhood associations need to have a meeting, we can be at a school for no fee, right? Amazing. Windsor Village would be very happy. And they supported and participated in over 80 neighborhood association meetings held during fiscal year 23-24. Their dedication and hard work continue to make significant impacts in our community. So let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you for your time. And please, anyone?
I just want to thank the council for this award. I also want to thank the city. I came from a small city. I see you. I come from a small city in Michigan, and we were one block from the police station, one block from City Hall, one block from the school. And could we get any of those administrators to come and talk to us? No. And here all it takes is a phone call. I don't care whether it's Public Works, I don't care whether it's Parks, I don't care whether it's Mr. Garcia or the mayor. All it takes is just one ask, and they are there. We're excited what we accomplished in the last year. We're more excited what's coming this year. We do have our candidates forum on the 26th of September, which I'd like to let everyone know. We'll be at the community center there in Orange County. We're also super excited because we may have a new neighborhood association, thanks to Jeff's help and Victor Mendoza's. You want to tell us where it's going to be?
Yeah. Well, let me just say a couple of words first. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, I've always believed that what really ails a city, the cure is not going to necessarily be found in the chambers of a city council or under the dome in Washington, but it happens in our neighborhoods. That's where the stories unfold, that's where friends are forged, and that's where the spirit of a community really gets to thrive. It's the neighborhood block parties that we get to meet each other. It's the watchful eye that keeps an eye out for us. It's the neighbor down the block that's always willing to lend a helping hand. And it's that neighbor that always gives you a smile. More importantly, a neighborhood, a really strong, good neighborhood is a place where diversity isn't simply accepted, but it's celebrated. And it creates a really vibrant community where we can thrive. Comlink has always believed in the connections and the power of those connections. This board that's behind me and the boards that have served on Comlink for years. And I also want to recognize the city staff that has supported us, Margarita Macedonia, the Scott Kuttner in the past, and most importantly, the heads of our department who suffer our meetings late in the evenings and come out and answer questions and sometimes field some pretty harsh criticism, but they're patient and they're willing to answer because we all recognize and we all work tirelessly to create those bridges between our residents, to foster a sense of belonging, and to really create a place where all voices are really heard. But beyond simply the board of Comlink, this recognition goes to the residents of Santa Ana, to any resident that may have come to a single meeting, to somebody who voiced a concern, or somebody who simply came to a meeting to support their community. And of course, to our neighborhood heroes that we recognize this year and to those people that were recognized for the beautiful landscape. We all appreciate that a strong neighborhood is what truly makes our city flourish. So I want to thank our city council for this recognition, and we are looking forward to continuing our journey. And as Carl said, our journey continues into something momentous in the next couple of weeks. We have been a city of 64 neighborhoods up through 2009 when Mary Lou's Young Square was brought in as the 64th, and that's where we stood for the last 15 years. But on April 15th, we begin our newest and 65th neighborhood, thanks in part to Victor Mendez and to the neighbors who live on First Street. We will announce the 65th neighborhood to be known as the Zoo District. And we look forward to working with the city, with the businesses, with Mayor Mesqua, and really helping to create a neighborhood which is befitting the zoo and which truly welcomes not only members and residents of Santa Ana, but residents throughout Orange County to one of our fantastic attractions. So we thank you very much.
So I do want to say for all of you who have not been to a Comlink meeting or a neighborhood association meeting, please go out, sign up for the newsletters. They come out every month. And when I joked about meeting Pat at a Comlink, I really did. I'd never been to one before. There was a budget presentation about Measure X or something. And now she's on the board and I'm Mayor Pro Tem. So definitely come out and join us. And I'd like to invite my colleagues down for a photo. Thank you.
All right, next presentation, Councilman Hernandez, please. To the Artista Pilar neighborhood leaders and Marina Aguilera. Come on up, everybody.
Bienvenido a su casa. Please come up to the front if we can have leaders of the Artista Pilar neighborhood, Ruby Wu, Lucy Solorzano, Leti Plasencia, and la artista Marina Aguilera. Please make your way here up to the front.
And I said, no.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Today, August 6, 2024, is a historic day. Today, we are celebrating Chicano Heritage Month. Make some noise for Chicano Heritage Month, please. In case you don't know where you're at, you're in Santa Ana, the first city in the United States to ever declare the month of August Chicano Heritage Month. This is Chicano history happening right in front of you. Lucy Solorzano, we need you up here in the front before we can even begin. Por favor. Now it's Chicano Heritage Month. We got everybody here. But this is a monumental time for Mexican Americans and multi-generational Chicanos. Specifically, the city of Santa Ana made history and taking the bold steps for us to acknowledge the sacrifices, the plights, and the struggles that Mexican Americans have endured to make this country what it is. Today we are recognizing a stellar group of individuals from the city of Santa Ana, neighborhood leaders from the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association, Esther, Ruby Wu, Lucy Solorzano, Leti Plasencia, and Santa Ana's own, Artesia Pilar's native, la artista Marina Aguilera. Today, the city of Santa Ana proclaims August as Chicano Heritage Month. We acknowledge the wealth and the achievements of Chicanos, the outstanding wealth of Chicano culture, the diversity of Chicano people, and the contributions to the civil rights activists who have advanced the Chicano movement. Chicano pride takes form in some of the most beautiful mediums that we've seen. One of my favorites is art. Murals in particular play a crucial role in community engagement and urban revitalization. These public artworks transform ordinary spaces into cultural landmarks. They transform them into spaces where we can bring community together, and we spark conversations around important social issues. Murals often depict themes of empowerment, struggle, hope, solidarity, and they serve as both a reflection of the community's struggles and the aspirations and a catalyst for positive change. By involving local artists from the communities that they come from, residents have created a process in Artesia Pilar where these projects not only enhance the aesthetic appeal of our neighborhoods, but they strengthen community bonds and they promote civic pride. Since the age of 14, Marina Aguilera, la artista, has diligently served her community through her artwork. In her own words, she aims to capture the essence of the community, and she does. She hopes to continue sprinkling artistic gems throughout the city of Santa Ana, and in her process, Marina Aguilera speaks to neighbors. She conducts research with the purpose of creating meaningful art that connects people across generations. The Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association has undertaken various projects aimed at the preservation of artistic landmarks, specifically artistic Chicano landmarks. They are currently working on the restoration of the La Raza mural, which is located on Civic Center and Holly. They are working on other public art installations that they've dubbed our hidden treasures. Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association member Lucy Solorzano, her family moved into the neighborhood in 1977. She has been a part of the neighborhood association for the last 20 years and is an integral part of our neighborhood success. President Ruby Wu has been involved with the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association for over 25 years, and she's been the president for the last 25. She was one of the founders of SANO, Santa Ana Neighborhood Organizing. All of these women that are up here in front of us, and they are exemplifying what the city represents. All of these women are shining examples of the dedication to one's community and the importance of art and Chicano culture. Join me in acknowledging Marina Aguilera and the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association leaders for their outstanding contributions to our community as we celebrate Chicano Heritage Month in the city of Santa Ana. Now, because we are the first city in the country to ever declare the month of August Chicano Heritage Month, this is only the third time that this has happened in the history of the United States, in our city specifically. And so, before I can give them the proclamation, I want to read it, because all of you are a part of Chicano history today, whether you are a Chicano or whether you are somebody who just lives here for 2 years or what have you. You guys are a part of this history, and it's important that you also hear about it. This proclamation recognizing Chicano Heritage Month reads, whereas Chicano Heritage Month, celebrated in August, honors the significant contributions of Mexican Americans to the history of the United States. Whereas Chicana or Chicano is used interchangeably with Mexican American and was claimed by Mexicans in the 1960s and 1970s to express political empowerment, ethnic solidarity, and pride of being of indigenous and native descent. Whereas the Chicano movement was inspired by prior acts of resistance among people of Mexican descent through the advocacy work of Vicky Castro, who led the student walkouts. Ruben Salazar, a journalist who was from Santa Ana, who was tragically killed during the Chicano moratorium, August 29th, 1970. He was a Santa Ana resident at the time of his death. Corky Gonzalez, Sylvia Mendez, Artesia Pilar's own Virginia and William Guzman, who represented themselves as plaintiffs suing Santa Ana Unified to desegregate the Fremont School that I'm an alumni of. Dolores Huerta, Lydia Romero Cruz, Josephine Chepa Andrade, and countless others. Whereas Chicanos and Chicanas are a significant growing demographic in Santa Ana, contributing greatly to the community, the contributions of the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association have helped shape Santa Ana into a hub of Chicano historic significance, including the Guzman's family's legal action against Fremont Elementary, resulting in the desegregation of Orange County schools. Cesar Chavez visiting and speaking to residents at El Salvador Park in 1972, and Artesia Pilar's participation in the protests during the Chicano moratorium of 1970 and 1972. And whereas La Artista Marina Aguilera, a native of the Artesia Pilar neighborhood, has contributed to the Chicano art in Santa Ana. She plays a crucial role in community engagement and urban revitalization. She has broke barriers for Chicanas in the art industry. Through her art, she has demonstrated decades of service to the community, including her murals at El Salvador Park in 1974, in 1976, and more recently in 2023 with her El Salvador Park mural. Her murals and mosaic tiles at the most recent 2024 Urban Street Greening Project are a shining example of her commitment to the city of Santa Ana. Lastly, whereas the city of Santa Ana was the first city to proclaim the month of August as Chicano Heritage Month in 2022, followed by the County of Orange, followed by Congressman Lou Correa, followed by Santa Ana Unified School District, and followed by the cities of Anaheim and Española, New Mexico. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council in the city of Santa Ana, do hereby proclaim August 2024 Chicano Heritage Month. We encourage our residents to join us in acknowledging and celebrating this cultural diversity amongst our community. Si se pudo. So if the neighborhood leaders and Marina Aguilera would do us the honor of sharing some words, I'll defer to you leaders if you can please join us here.
I guess you just said, Stacy Guedes, yes, we can, and we can, thank you. Yes, we can, and we have done with resources with the city. Jonathan has been very helpful for our community, and Brian, using the tools that we have with the city. One of the local Floral Park has been an inspiration. If they could have a street topper, so can we, and so could all the neighborhoods if you worked all together. It's always working together as a group, and I wholeheartedly support Comlink. Please go to their meetings. Please come to the neighborhood meetings, because if you see something that's wrong, it's look at yourself for not helping the community to fix it. So that's what we brought, and we brought the resources if they're there, and the community with resources. Lucy, you want to say something with the mural?
Hello, everybody. My name is Lucy Solorzano. Just really quick, I've been here to volunteering for more than 20 years. We volunteer, okay? We're not paid staff or anything like that. This is of our own time. And I just want to say that I got started because my dad, at one point in time, for a brief moment, was the Artesia Pilar Neighborhood Association president. Through Neighborhood Works, they provided leadership opportunities for community members in our area. But I just want to share that we are restoring the Raza mural on Civic Center, and we hope to celebrate it. And just waiting for the final approval, but we're hoping to celebrate it on September the 7th. You guys are all invited. It's a free event. We're gonna have some music, food, and we're gonna bless the mural. It's 33 years old. The mural started because there was a Santa Ana College student by the name of Jorge Ruiz, who went to a city meeting because of the gang violence that was happening in the 1990s. A lot of drive-by shootings were happening in our neighborhood. He went to that neighborhood meeting trying to figure out how he can help to improve the neighborhood, right? So he had asked the then city manager if he could do a mural. And unbeknownst to him, to his surprise, they said yes. Get the residents' approval to do it on the wall, and you can do it. We have a QR code. We have a Facebook that tells his story through Santana Radio, a local radio station here by El Centro. So if you want further information about that story, that can be up there. But it started by one person trying to make a difference. And here we are 33 years later trying to restore it because it's a piece of public art in our community. And it's important, and we want to make sure that other generations can enjoy it.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say my roots run deep here in the city of Santa Ana. I'm a third generation here, and I want to thank you all of you. It takes a village to continue the process of the art and inspiration for this beautiful city. I'm so blessed and very honored to still have my paintbrush after all these years go all around Santa Ana and create beautiful art for my beautiful city. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a photo, and then just want to say once more, thank you guys. This is truly an impactful and historic day for Santa Ana. Thank you. One quick thing, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. This Sunday, August 11th, we have the Chicano Heritage Festival at Centennial Park, Lakeside, Delphonics, McCharmley's, Funk Freaks, Diamond Ortiz. It's a free festival. Please come on out. Si se puede.
Okay, next presentation by Councilmember Lopez. We can have the Carpenters, please. Come on up.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good evening. All right. So tonight, it really is my distinct honor to recognize an organization that exemplifies the highest standards of craftsmanship and community impact. And the people that you see here behind me are community members of our city and throughout Orange County as well. And they are the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. A round of applause, please. Yes. And so the Carpenters really, to me, they stand as a beacon of excellence in the construction industry, representing nearly 90,000 dedicated members across 12 states from Southern California to Alaska. Their commitment to elevating standards in construction and improving living conditions for workers is unparalleled. At the heart of their mission lies a profound commitment to brotherhood, fostering a culture where excellence in workmanship and personal integrity define their reputation. Their union strength is not just in their numbers, but in the unmatched skills and expertise they bring to every project. That includes projects that they help build here in the city of Santa Ana. They deliver consistently high quality work on time and within budget. Their skilled union jobs play a pivotal role in fostering thriving communities. Throughout economic growth and security, they create pathways to prosperity and improve education and neighborhoods. Guided by a vision of a better future built with union labor, they uphold quality, efficiency, and integrity in every project that they undertake, ensuring sustainable success. And tonight, I am here to recognize them because they also go above and beyond to give back to the communities that they belong to. One recent project that the men and women that you see behind me worked on in our community are the renovations to the benches at the Lawn Bowling Center in Ward 3. And I know that they have helped and used their labor and their time off, think about this, when they shouldn't be working on weekends, they came to our city and invested their skills to help our Parks and Rec department in different parts of the city, like the Jerome Park Planters and other projects that you'll see in the future, like the sign renovation at Grisset Park. I was out there early with them as they were working, helping us save money and installing the benches at the Lawn Bowling Center. So please give them a big round of applause and thank them for their work. I am thrilled to be presenting this recognition to them, to Jimmy Elrod, who could not be here tonight. And I really want to thank all of you for your contributions to our communities, whether it's in Orange County, Santa Ana, or beyond. Yes. Do we have a representative that would like to address?
Thank you, everyone. And on behalf of over 4,000 union carpenters and their families that live in Santa Ana and surrounding cities, we'd like to thank you for this recognition. And more importantly, thank every one of you out here and your families for helping create community wealth, putting skin in the game, and giving back to our communities. Thank you. You are the ones who make this happen. Thank you very much, guys. We got a resident right here. Yes, go for it.
My name is Francisco Gomez. I live in Ward 1. Been a carpenter for 20 years. The PAC committee co-chair and a delegate of Local 714. Thank you to the city that recognized us of the work that we've done, and I'm also thankful for the city for trusting us and doing the needs that they needed for the community. Just one other person I know for a fact I want to recognize is Nettie behind me. He's one of the volunteers that's always out there every weekend, so I want to thank him and amongst many others who showed up on those weekends that we were needed. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna try and get a group photo.
Carpenters on three. 1, 2, 3. Carpenters!
We're going to let them leave the room, and then we'll continue.
Let's have another round of applause for our carpenters. I can appreciate these guys, not just because they build, but also because my grandfather was the first non-white master carpenter here in Orange County. So love seeing those guys. Thank you guys for being here. But now I want to celebrate another essential group of folks, and that is the best and bravest, our OC firefighters. So if I could have a couple folks come up. Let's see. Edwin Solano, Andrew Robles, Gabriel Flores, Lee Nishanian, Derek Beering, Ray McQueen, and I know tonight our chief Jim Henry ain't here, but we'll have some folks come up. So back on, well, let me start at the beginning. So for those of you that don't know, why am I calling up the Orange County Fire Authority? So Santa Ana Fire Department, these are our guys. These are the folks that you call when you are in danger, when you need life-saving assistance. So the OC Fire Authority, or OCFA, provides Santa Ana, along with 22 other cities, including the county, with fire protection and medical emergency services. Again, they're our fire department. So on July 11th, OCFA hosted their annual Best and Bravest Award ceremony, where those who go above and beyond their already courageous, benevolent, and life-saving duties are celebrated. So of course, and I'm always proud to say this, of course, some of the best and bravest either currently or have served the city of Santa Ana. So those individuals' heroic actions go beyond duty, showing a profound commitment to those that they serve and safeguard here in the city of Santa Ana. So we wanted to take this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude.
Councilman Hernandez, can you hold on one second? We don't have a quorum. I don't know why people are leaving the dais. No, it doesn't work that way. I need you guys to come in and be part of this meeting, please. Can one of you call one of the other council members? We need to have a quorum. We have a quorum? Where? Okay, Councilman Becerra. Thank you. Go ahead. Well, I don't want Councilman Vasquez leaving. He's going to run out. We don't have a quorum. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Let's do this.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. It's kind of shocking we don't have a full house for our firefighters.
I agree.
But again, so we want to celebrate these folks because while they got their accolades at the best and bravest, I wanted our community here in Santa Ana to also see them and be able to celebrate them as well. So I'd like to begin with Edwin Solano. Edwin? So Edwin, why is Edwin up here? He was named the Battalion 9 Cadet of the Year for Division 6. As a member of Post 9, Edwin participated in numerous ride-alongs at stations here in Santa Ana, and he gained extensive hands-on experience. He's also been involved in several community events throughout the year and successfully completed the OCFA Fire Cadet Academy number 23. He's demonstrated his commitment to personal fitness, and he's completed a half marathon last year, and he plans to do a full marathon this year. I hope to get to the half marathon part at some point. But in the meantime, this gentleman here is going to be running a full marathon. He's a first generation college student, so first in his family, and he's currently studying fire technology and looks forward to a career as a firefighter. Congratulations. So next up, it's a group effort here. I want to call up Andrew Robles, Gabriel Flores, and Lee Nishnanian, better known as the OC Bomberos. So these surrounded me. So these gentlemen, they were given the Unsung Hero Award at the ceremony. So they started the OC Bomberos back in 2020 in response to a recognized need within our community to support youth in low-income households in pursuing their goals in the fire service through educational and fire academy scholarships. So after 2 years of their fundraising efforts, they've been able to provide 23 scholarships. Now, this is achieved through the solicitation of private donations as well as various fundraising initiatives. The OC Bomberos are dedicated to showing future generations that there are avenues to improve their lives and reach their full potential. So in addition to financial support, the organization provides mentorship before, during, and after the completion of the academy, EMT, or paramedic school. Despite the demanding nature of their mission, the members of the OC Bomberos invest countless hours away from their families and off-duty time to fundraise and mentor the youth of Orange County and Santa Ana. Their commitment and selflessness serve as an inspiration to many, driven by the purest of intentions. So let's give them a round of applause. So now this gentleman doesn't have the honor of currently serving Santa Ana, but we could not recognize him. Ray McQueen, come on up. Where are you, Ray? Ray is amazing. When I first became the appointed member to the OC Fire Authority Board, Ray was at one of the fire stations that I first toured and gave me quite a tour, and it's just a lot of great things that came out of Ray. So I'm just happy to have him here. But Ray, as I'm sitting there at the awards, I see Ray go up on stage, and he's getting an award. Of course he is. I wasn't shocked. He was receiving a special operations citation along with his team in their response to an ammonia leak in a building over in Buena Park. Ray and his team helped lead a successful evacuation of the site and mitigate the impacts to those on the site and those surrounding the site. Now, he may not be currently serving in Santa Ana, but let me give you a little reason why we want to recognize and acknowledge him. So Ray, for most of his career, right? Most of your career, served the city of Santa Ana on Engine 75 and Truck 75 from 2015 to 2018. And then when I met him, he was a fire captain on Engine 71 from 2020 to 2022. He earned Battalion 9 Firefighter of the Year in 2017 as an engineer on Engine 75. And again in 2021 as a captain on Engine 71. All of those, by the way, happened here in Santa Ana, right? All right. So Ray has contributed significantly to training and mentorship within OCFA, serving as a recruit academy lead instructor, fire apparatus engineer academy instructor, and fire captain academy lead instructor. So even though we're not talking about something you did in Santa Ana, we are so happy and proud that you serve this city, and we always want to see you thrive and succeed, and we always know where your heart really is. We know it. Thank you. All right. And last but not least, he could not be here tonight, but our chief, Jim Henry. So, come on up. Now, he looks a little different than Chief Henry, but that's okay. Come on in here. So, Santa Ana's own battalion chief, Jim Henry, he helped receive, he received, let's see, a lot of stuff going on here. So he received, as part of a team, a unit citation for the Tustin hangar fire, and we all know about that and how much work went into that. Now, before he received that, Chief Henry was original Santa Ana Fire. So Chief Henry has been a Santa Ana fixture for many, many decades. He began his fire service here in 1984 as a reserve firefighter with the Santa Ana Fire Department. Over the years, he has held numerous positions, including firefighter, paramedic, apparatus operator, captain, training officer, incident command system and technical rescue instructor, and a member of the urban search and rescue team. Sounds like I read the whole darn directory, didn't it, right? But no, he did all that. And I actually left a couple out, don't tell him. And in 2006, he was promoted to battalion chief, leveraging his extensive knowledge of the city's history and his management skills. In March 2019, Chief Henry was promoted to division chief. In other words, he was selected to be Santa Ana's fire chief. In this role, he has strengthened relationships with residents through community programs and events, and focuses on engaging local youth through programs like the Fire Cadet program. So we miss Chief Henry. He couldn't be here with us tonight. Also, that were recognized at the awards from Santa Ana or have ties to Santa Ana were Jeff Dolan, Special Operations Citation, and Eric Payne, Firefighter of the Year for Battalion 9. And I realized there's actually one more that I skipped over real quick, and I apologize for that. And that was, don't worry, we're getting to you, Fire Captain Derek Beering. So Derek was awarded Staff Firefighter of the Year. He was previously served as admin captain for Chief Henry. See, I already teed up. You're for Chief Henry now, right? It worked out. He's had 29 years of experience in the fire service, with 12 of those years dedicated to OCFA. Captain Beering was recognized as Staff Firefighter of the Year due to his exceptional dedication and willingness to go above and beyond his normal duties as a fire captain. Captain Beering is a key member of OCFA's peer support team, where his dedication to the well-being of OCFA personnel contributes significantly to maintaining mental health and resilience of personnel in the field. And we know how important that is for our firefighters. So this gentleman has done a lot to help the OCFA, so thank you, sir, for all you do. Okay. Let's give one more round of applause for all of our OCFA personnel up here. And if my colleagues would like to come down, we'll do a photo.
Next, we have Councilmember Vasquez as our final presentation, honoring Salvador Quintana.
Thank you. Can we have the Quintana family come up? Oscar, come up, Quintana. And also the Nita family, come up, please. Can we have the Nita family as well? Gina was very special. I used to
So if you can all come up and gather around, go all the way down. If you need to come behind us, feel free. Because it seems like there's a lot of people.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Thank you.
So if some of you need to come up behind us, that's fine. You can come up behind us. I don't know if you'll all fit down here. You're more than welcome to come up.
So, let's go. I love it.
Yes, how are you?
Hello, beautiful family. It's a beautiful day to be a Santanero today, and we're going to celebrate our legacy of how Santaneros learn to love each other and take care of each other. And this history tells that history of how we came to have that character. This history tells us of how we Santaneros are united and we love each other. And today it's a story of how the Nita family cared and loved and nurtured Salvador Quintana. And then Salvador Quintana, in return, gave him the love that they gave him. We gathered today to celebrate and honor the extraordinary life of a legacy of Salvador Quintana. Salvador arrived in Orange County in 1923. At the age of 17, escaping the Cristero War in Mexico. He traveled with his brother Antonio and grandmother Mama Lipa to find refuge and a new beginning in Delhi. Salvador initially managed a grocery store, demonstrating his resilience and commitment. In the early 1930s, he worked for the Nita family's farm in Santa Ana, showcasing his adaptability and work ethic. Salvador learned Japanese to bond with Mr. Shusuke Nita, highlighting his respect for diverse cultures and his willingness to go an extra mile. Amidst World War II and the internment of Japanese Americans, Salvador played a crucial role in preserving the Nita's family's farm. He was entrusted with the property and worked to support the internal families, demonstrating exceptional empathy and integrity. Salvador made monthly trips to the internment camps, delivering essential supplies and collaborating with Mr. Nita to meet the needs of those affected. After the war, Salvador returned the land to Mr. Nita for just $1, a gesture reflecting his honesty and respect. His stewardship continued for 65 years until his retirement at the age of 90, reflecting his dedication to his work and community. Salvador's personal life, including his marriage to Margarita and later Sarah, revealed his deep sense of community, and family. Salvador's legacy lives on through his children, who were Rosalia, Richard, Helen, and Frankie, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and godchild Oscar, who continue to contribute to Santa Ana with the same spirit of service and compassion. On behalf of the mayor and city council, we proclaim and honor the celebration of Salvador Quintana, remarkable life and legacy. Salvador's contribution and principles have left a lasting impact in our hearts and community. His memory will forever inspire future generations as a symbol of dedication, resilience, and selfless service.
Hello, I am the godson, Oscar. I just want to say thank you to Benjavi Vasquez and the rest of the city council for this recognition. Yeah, my uncle, he was a great man, and as you can see here with all the family, it's just an honor. Thank you.
On behalf of my very loving community of friends and family, we are so very, very proud of this moment. Thank you for the City of Santa Ana for recognizing my grandfather's good works. Again, the Nita family, who did take excellent care of my grandfather, treated him with respect, dignity, and love, and taught us a great lesson to do so with our entire families. We really appreciate it. It's a proud moment for us all. Thank you.
I'll keep it brief. My grandfather, the one thing he did teach all of us, he said, in life you're born with nothing and you leave with nothing. It's what you do in between that matters, your honor and your word. And he taught that to all of us. And he loved our family, and he loved the city of Santa Ana, and the city of Santa Ana was family to him. And he loved the Nita family. And we're very grateful that they've been a big part of our life as well. Thank you.
Amparo? And Amparo. Sorry, I got a list. Pero, we still love you from Willard. She's telling me here so I can't mess with her because she's protected by the streets and people in Santa Ana. But thank you, everybody. Thank you to the Nita family for the love that you showed us how to love. And we were just graceful enough to give you the love back and to learn from Salvador Quintana and his family. Comes directly from your family, so we really appreciate you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting. Need to move everybody. Fine. All right, at this point, we're going to continue. Great presentations by all. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, I think our mayor did an excellent job in reporting out reportable action this evening, and there's no other items to report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items, with the exception of public hearing items number 27 and 28 and the Housing Authority agenda. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I would like to report the following summary of emails provided as of today, 2:30 p.m. We received 10 total e-comments on consent and non-consent items, 5 related to item number 11 and 5 on non-agenda topics. Those were distributed to the council and posted online for public review. We'll now call speakers to the podium. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. The first 3 speakers, if you could line up in the aisle behind the podium: Claudia Morales, Ray Diaz, Ana Charco.
¿Puedo iniciar? Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Claudia Morales. Permítanme. Soy residente de Santa Ana por 23 años en el Distrito 4. Soy presidenta de Esperanza Unión de Inquilinos. Somos parte de la coalición de SAFE, Familias por Elecciones Justas. Y estoy aquí hoy para hablar de lo que son los desalojos, ¿verdad? Que está habiendo, la ola de desalojos que está habiendo. ¿Y por qué vengo a hablar de eso? Es porque lo estamos viviendo, y porque lo estamos viendo, colaboramos con organizaciones que hacen consejería de vivienda. Y sobre todo, más que nada, hablar de mi experiencia, ¿verdad? Porque en el 2022 yo quería pasar una feliz Navidad como todos, pero me dijeron que ya tenía que desalojar mi apartamento. Y dije, wow, el 20 de diciembre. Fue muy duro para mí porque dije, no quiero decirle a mi familia para no echarle a perder la Navidad. Pero no aguanté. En febrero nos dijo, en diciembre me dijo el dueño, en febrero pedí ayuda a Fair Housing para poder llevar este procedimiento. Fue muy difícil porque no teníamos recursos para poder apelar nada. Me dieron una carta de desalojo porque apelé. Después el dueño me dijo que quería vender el apartamento. Después que le hablaron de Fair Housing, dijo que no, que me estaba desalojando porque tenía mucha gente en mi vivienda, cosa que no era así. Entonces, hoy estoy por eso apelando, ¿verdad? Porque si nosotros tuviéramos una ayuda legal para poder defendernos, los dueños nos meten miedo. Yo estuve a punto de mudarme para San Bernardino, Riverside, a ver si encontrábamos algo que pudiéramos rentar porque vivimos al día. Y hoy me doy cuenta que ni allá se puede. Gracias a Dios ahora nos estamos dando cuenta que hay opciones, que hay recursos, pero estamos ahorita viendo en periodos de elecciones qué se va a hacer con esta situación, ¿verdad? Soy del Distrito 4, perdón, creo que lo dije. También estoy muy contenta porque para aproximadamente los próximos 2 años estamos con lo de elecciones justas y vamos a poder elegir por primera vez a nuestros representantes en nuestro distrito. Y eso me hace sentir muy feliz porque estamos enfocados en esa lucha para ver quién nos está apoyando para darnos esa representación legal para poder defender nuestros hogares. Así es que muchísimas gracias por estar aquí y por estar pensando en nosotros y en nuestras viviendas.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Morales. I'm a resident of Santa Ana for 23 years. I'm in Ward 4 with Tenants United Santa Ana and also safe and fair housing. And I've been suffering, and we're helping people protect people from evictions because I am living it, and I was living it. I'm living this situation now, and I'm seeking counseling. And this happened in 2022 during Christmas. My landlord told me I had to leave the apartment. I got the letter on December 20th, 2022, and I didn't want to tell my family so as not to ruin their Christmas, but I couldn't help it. I had to tell them, and in February I sought some help from Fair Housing, and it's hard. It's hard because we're not respected. The landlords do not respect us. I received the eviction letter, and I was told that I was being evicted because the landlord wanted to sell, but when he received the Fair Housing letter, he said he changed his tune, saying that's not true. It was because I have too many people living in the place, which is not true. So I applied for help, and I'm appealing to you because we need legal help, and the landlords make us afraid to live there or to complain. And I'm looking for, I was looking for opportunities to live somewhere else, San Bernardino and Riverside, but in looking at those situations, it's the same. It's still too difficult. But thank God that I found the resources here and the help. And now that we're coming to this election period, I'm wondering what you guys will do. Again, I don't know if I mentioned it, I'm from District 4. And I'm happy because in the next 2 years, we'll be having fair elections so that we are able to elect our representatives for our districts. So I'm here looking to see who will help us in these legal issues. So thank you for listening and for helping us with this housing issue.
Next 3 speakers, Ray Diaz, Ana Charco, Edith G. Ray Diaz. Ana Charco.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Mesqua and council members. My name is Ana Charco, and I'm here on behalf of Latino Health Access. At Latino Health Access, we have a tenant counseling service where we provide education on tenant protections and help tenant with communication letters with their landlord regarding unjust evictions, accommodations, repairs, and rent increases. Today, I'm here to raise awareness about 3 primary reasons why we continue to see evictions continue to rise in the city of Santa Ana despite the just cause eviction law. One of the primary reasons we're seeing tenants be evicted are that landlords continue to use intimidation tactics to evict tenants. We have seen managers verbally accuse tenants and randomly show up to create a hostile environment for our tenants. Landlords are charging for fees and services that were not included in their initial contract. These charges include costs for trash, maintenance, water, cleaning, and even gardening that were not included in their initial contracts as a way to evict them. Another tactic we're seeing is that managers are avoiding to collect rent in order to issue notice of unpaid rent, which became a valid reason for eviction. This hostile environment has led many tenants to self-evict, what we are calling now the self-eviction wave. While the just cause eviction ordinance have been very helpful, I do want to bring to your attention that these issues are happening and how could we continue moving forward in order to address them. Especially when we see that our tenant in a city that is primarily tenant-made, we're continuing seeing these tactics and how could we avoid having them and have evictions in our cities. Thank you.
Edith G., followed by Mario Alvarado.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Edith. Buenas tardes, consejeros. Yo represento a la Asociación de Mini Inquilinos en la ciudad de Santa Ana y hoy quiero compartir un poco de lo que hemos vivido por casi 1 año y medio, el estrés, acoso y preocupación de no tener un techo, vivienda para mi familia y a las familias que viven en los apartamentos. Nos han acosado verbalmente, mentalmente y saboteado el lugar donde hemos vivido por los últimos 20 años o más, gracias a que los nuevos dueños toman posesión de las propiedades sin hacer los procedimientos adecuados para lo que conlleva un desalojo aquí en la ciudad de Santa Ana, que compran propiedades sin saber cuáles son las reglas en cada ciudad y quieren hacer las cosas a su modo hasta el punto de acosarnos para que nosotros caigamos en los juegos sucios, hasta de poner diferentes real estates para negociar y no darnos nada por escrito, para que no se haga la evidencia de lo que están haciendo. Está mal y no haya pruebas en contra de ellos. Han sido meses desgastantes, que no tenemos paz y de lo cual de los 20 inquilinos que teníamos, muchos de ellos decidieron irse para quitarse el estrés, miedo, pensar que les afecte por estatus migratorio, de lo cual se sienten frustrados y piensan que no tienen derecho a pelear por su vivienda. La falta de información, que no tenemos recursos, que no saben hoy, que afortunadamente tocamos puertas y hemos tratado de encontrar soluciones para que no perdamos la vivienda. Pudimos encontrar apoyo en Latino Health Access y ellos nos conectaron con Public Law Center para que nos apoyaran y nos fueran guiando hacia este proceso. Aunque seguimos en la lucha, sabemos que hay personas o familias que no fueron tan afortunadas y perdieron su vivienda y su hogar por falta de conocimiento. Y saber que hay derechos en Santa Ana, es una ciudad que tenemos control de rentas y los nuevos dueños no pueden subirnos a un alto porcentaje que está estipulado por nuestra ciudad. Nosotros no nos negamos a pagar el aumento, pero cuando quieren cobrarnos más del 100% y Santa Ana es solo 2.54 y sabemos que en septiembre va a entrar en vigor el 3%. Hoy en esta tarde les pido que sigan apoyando a estas familias que no tienen voz y voto y que están pasando por el mismo dolor, angustia, miedo, estrés, y que cada causa que no solo es en los padres, pero en nuestros hijos, que ellos se sienten un día perderemos la lucha y nos tendremos que ir de nuestro hogar, perdiendo escuelas, sus sueños que han hecho, solo porque a los dueños les interesa su propio bienestar y la vida económica. Gracias. Espero tomen en cuenta este mensaje, que somos muchos en la ciudad de Santa Ana que no hemos sido escuchados.
Good evening to all. My name is Edith. Thank you, City Council members. I am here representing Mimi tenants in Santa Ana, and I'd like to share the stories of stress and other things that we are suffering because we do not have a roof over our heads or proper housing. We have been accosted by the landlords verbally and in our minds as well. I've been dealing with this for over 20 years. The landlords do not follow the eviction process that is required in Santa Ana, and because they don't want to follow the rules, and they do things their own way. They hire different real estate agents to negotiate, but they don't give us anything in writing so that we do not have proof of what is going on. And we've been living like this for months with no peace of mind. Of the 20 tenants that we were trying to help, many have left because they're afraid, because they're frustrated, because they're afraid that their immigration status or immigration is going to get them. They don't know their rights. They have no information about the resources. We have been knocking on doors, and we have not gotten a lot of solutions. And but we were fortunate enough to go to encounter Latino Health Access, who directed us to the Public Law Center, who are helping us with the process. And the people, many of the people, unfortunately, have not been fortunate to have their help, and they have lost their housing. And just because they don't know the information, they don't know that there's rent control here in Santa Ana, that they cannot raise the rents too much. And we're not saying we do not want to pay the rent, but we do not want to pay 100% increase, only the current 2.54%, and in September 3%. So we are asking you to help these people who do not have a voice, these families who do not have a voice, and because they're afraid, because they'll be evicted. Not only the parents are stressed and afraid, but also their children, because they see the situation and they're afraid that they're not going to have, they have to leave their homes, they have to leave their school and their dreams of the community. And the landlords are only looking for their own monetary interest for the money. So please listen to us in Santa Ana and help us in this difficult situation.
Mario Alvarado, followed by Carlos Perea and Victor Mendez.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, those in attendance and those that are watching at home. My name is Mario Alvarado, and before I start with my comments, I was out at the Santa Ana Police Department Night Out event. Congratulations on an amazing event. There was about 1,000 people that I saw when I was out there, so congratulations, Chief, and all the staff that made it happen. I wanted to comment today and on one of the items, on item 13, with regards to the funds that are earmarked. I want to publicly thank our Congressman, Representative Lou Correa, for the $2.5 million that he's been given to the Santa Ana. With regards to those funds, if the people have not, the residents have not seen what those funds are for, it is for needed infrastructure in downtown Santa Ana, and also for a much needed Wi-Fi in downtown. If you guys don't visit downtown area, when you're down there, you can't really text or even record or send messages because, whatever the infrastructure is in the downtown area, it doesn't call for having much signal for many of the providers. And so seeing the item and the attachments, that it's coming with a fiber, which is the top of the line. I hope that the City Council can vote on this. I don't know whether it's going to be pulled for discussion, but please, thank you so much, Representative Lou Correa. Thank you for the council people that are going to be voting on this and hopefully pushing it forward. And also, hopefully, all that work will be done by our brothers and sisters in the local labor. Thank you so much, guys.
Carlos Perea.
Good afternoon, members of Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm not here to do politics. politicking. I cannot run for office. But I'm here in my individual capacity as a resident of the city of Santa Ana and also as a police oversight commissioner. I'm here to discuss two items. But first, the first one is I'm respectfully urging the Santa Ana City Council to prioritize moving the process of hiring an independent oversight director to provide critical support to the Police Oversight Commission. I have raised this urgency with the council member that has appointed me, Councilmember Vasquez, but I'm here to also urge the rest of you to do so. Over the last couple months, the absence of a director has significantly hindered the Commission's ability to effectively carry out our responsibilities to oversee the police department. It is crucial that we address this urgently to ensure that our commission is full operational capacity and we can again fulfill our oversight duties. The second item that I also am here to speak on is regarding the issue of freedom of press. I am very concerned as a resident, but as a commissioner that is in charge of transparency and accountability of one of the city's departments about this anti-freedom of press move that the Santa Ana City Council has done. I believe it was in fall or winter under your leadership, Mayor Amezcua. And so we need to make sure that we have freedom of press in City Hall and remove those restrictions that we have that have raised a lot of concerns. You have a lot of journalistic entities, very credible journalistic entities that have raised concerns about the restriction that journalists have in the city. So I really hope that this is removed. This is something we never had before. So I'm not sure why in the last year we have it now. So thank you very much.
Victor Mendez.
Victor Mendez, Ward 3. I'm going to use part of my time to thank Mayor Amezcua for recognizing that disabled senior citizens have First Amendment rights. I was held up there in line. Unfortunately, staff didn't want to reasonably accommodate me, and until she interceded, she got me my right to speak. So thank you. Thank you for recognizing that old people, maybe they're not young anymore, who have a little bit of infirmity, but still want to speak their mind, can speak it in this city. So thank you very much. Thank you for being you. That said, I want to talk about money. Lots of money. Let's talk money in politics. It's quite all right. I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's legal, I donate. My name's wherever. And that's fine, okay? And it's part of our system. Keep it legal, keep it clean. But I just want to make our people out there be aware that today the Southwest or the Western States Carpenters, great organization, I know them well, they endorsed me when I ran for office, gave $5,000 to Jessie Lopez against her recall. So let's be clear that sometimes we have the POA out or whatever, and I hear all the hackles and the clutching pearls. It works both ways. It's okay. Just don't be a hypocrite about it. You have your people, you have your supporters, just don't be a hypocrite about it. They were known as the Southwest Mountain Street Carpenters at the time. They merged into a regional organization. I confirmed that today with the Western State, what their title is, and it's all there on the sheet. United Food and Commercial Workers also gave Ms. Lopez $50,000. I believe that's reported. Again, I'm just going off the reports. Perfectly legal, perfectly fine, but realizing the United Food and Commercial Workers are looking to merge with Elliott Lewis to try to monopolize the cannabis trade here in Santa Ana. So just be aware where the money's going and who's deciding what. And the point being, get all the money you want. I don't care. Everything's fine by me. Just use it legally, and please don't be a hypocrite about it. If somebody's raising money to do their thing from whatever source, if it's legal, it's fine. It's the same First Amendment rights to everybody under Citizens United. So just like I said, let's be adult about it. Let's be big children. Let's be big people about it, and go forward from there. With that said, I only have 30 seconds, so I'll just go to item 15. I'd urge you not to approve this. That's $2.2 million the taxpayers are being asked to fund for something that's way out of their control just to offset liabilities. That $2.2 million should have been available for parks. It should have been available for the master plan for the arts. A lot of things could have been done with that 2.2 million. It just sat there and somehow magically appears. And the taxpayers are the lesser for it. And this has just got to stop, this gamesmanship. Thank
Victor,
you.
your time is up. Ray Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's good to be back here with y'all. I'm here to speak also in strong condemnation of the media policy that currently exists with the here in City Hall in terms of restricting the press to do their jobs and report on the policies that are being passed within this chamber. It seems clear to me that the only reason why this policy was implemented in the first place was because there's members on this council who, for some weird reason, disagree with reporters and don't want them to do their jobs in the aftermath of that. And so for me, I wanted to speak in strong condemnation and then ask if there's a way for the council to have a public vote on whether this policy is in accordance with state law, whether it's in violation of the Brown Act, and for that to be a public discussion, because the fact that this media policy was implemented without a public conversation or how it was even going to be implemented is really a shame. For a city where a resident by the name of Ruben Salazar, who covered the Chicano movement in the 1960s, was persecuted and was murdered by a Los Angeles sheriff deputy for reporting on police brutality that was being experienced under the Chicano community in Los Angeles. And reporters in Gaza are being targeted and murdered for reporting the truth. And there's not just one credible news outlet, Voice of OC. I know there's members on the council that for some weird reason want to go after reporters at Voice of OC, but it's also Orange County Register, where in Santa Ana trust wanes after former city manager's resignation and $163,000 payout. So clearly there's a lack of transparency going on in City Hall. There's a power imbalance between members of the council and staff that is clearly not being transparent in any way. So I'm here to just, again, ask for some way for there to be a public discussion on the media policy and for there to be a transparent City Hall here in Santa Ana. So thank you for your time.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards. There are no speakers on Zoom, so that concludes the public speakers tonight.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Really appreciate it. Consent calendar items 6 through 26 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to a conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have comments on item 12, 13, and 18. And with that, I'll make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa. I'm sorry, Becerra? Yep. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from item number 18. Excuse me. From item number 18, as PCL Construction Services is a client of my law firm, Rattan & Tucker, and as well as from item number 25, as the Orange County Water District and the City of Anaheim are clients of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. If those items are pulled, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull items 14 and 20.
Councilmember Lopez.
No items to pull, and I just want to say thank you, staff, for taking time to meet with us and answering any questions prior to this council session.
Councilmember Vasquez.
No items to pull.
Thank you. There was a motion by Councilman Hernandez. Can I get a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Oh, Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 24.
A no vote?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. There is a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Lopez, to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of items number 14 and 20 pulled for separate discussion and consideration, and a noted.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, I didn't give you my item, I apologize.
Okay.
I'm pulling item 13, please.
So To approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 13, 14, and 20, pulled for separate discussion and consideration. Councilmember Penaloza?
You vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, with a recorded no vote by Councilmember Penaloza on item number 24 and noted recusals by Mayor Pro Tem Fan on items 18 and 25. Motion carries.
Thank you. Can we have the Youth Commissioner and the Parks and Rec Commissioner, Edith Hernandez and Joshua Jogwa, I apologize if I say that wrong, come forward, please? Thank you.
I, Edith Hernandez,
Josh Jogway. Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
Same time.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and religion to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Mayor, may I just make a comment as people come back to their seats on the dais? I just want to remind the City Council that when a council member pulls an item for comment only, it's intended that way because the item is passed, as your consent calendar. I went back and reviewed some meetings and noticed that sometimes when a council member pulls an item for comment only, we end up getting into a discussion, and that's not the right process. So those items, when they're pulled for comment only, because a council member chose to do that, it's for their comment only.
Right, but then I pulled item 13. I never had the opportunity
If you
to
pulled an item, then that will be pulled, but the
That's
ones that were
correct.
pulled for comment only, I think at this point, it's only number 12, because
That's
12 and
correct.
13 and 18 were both pulled separately. Or actually, 18 wasn't pulled. So
No.
just 12 and 18, when he makes comments on 12 and 18, it's just for his comments.
That's
Then
correct.
you go back to pull the items on 13, 14, 13, and 20.
You're right. Thank
Okay,
you.
just wanted to remind you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, the first item is item 12 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Today, we approved a youth workforce services under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. We have an agreement with the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center for Youth Work Services for program year 2024-2025. This is a fantastic organization that serves residents in both Ward 3 as well as Ward 5. Today, we executed an agreement with the City Manager's Office that is not to exceed $300,000. And the fantastic thing about this organization is that they have been helping children and families for many decades in Santa Ana, and this will specifically help 20 Santa Ana youth in the areas of paid work experience, readiness preparation, workforce preparation, tutoring, mentoring, counseling, and supportive services. OCTAC is on track to meet WIOA youth performance measures. In addition, per federal regulations, youth providers are enrolling and must spend at least 80% of their funds out of school youth and 20% on work experience participant stipends and/or wages. This is what community investment looks like. I want to thank all of my colleagues here at the dais for supporting OCTAC. Thank you.
Mayor, the next item is item 13 that you pulled.
Yes, I pulled that item. So thank you, and I know Councilman Hernandez has a comment when I'm done, and I'm gonna be very short. I just want to be clear because I received some phone calls from downtown merchants that this item was going to give them money for their business, and actually it is not going to do that. And I just want to clear up the confusion. I'm not sure who shared that with them, and it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant to me. What I want to share is that this money was given by our congressman. The agenda was posted on July 30th. That gives the council 8 days to review this information. There's two significant projects, infrastructure projects, that are going to happen. There's going to be wireless Wi-Fi networks to enhance coverages and services across this area that will improve all of downtown. The second project is going to be for city-owned parking structures. We're going to upgrade lighting, signage, elevators, as Victor Mendez earlier talked about, ADA, elevators, security cameras, and accessibility features, improving the aesthetics and functionality of the structures. It'll yield a safer environment. It'll increase revenue, and it'll serve to boost the local businesses. And then I want to thank Congressman Correa for this, and the city staff for a great report on this. It was very clear in here that nothing stated, and again, I got multiple calls from downtown businesses, and I went to the city manager's office and I was like, what are we doing? Are we giving money? I was very concerned, so thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I went back and read it again. I read it 3 times. And so I just want to share with the downtown businesses the confusion. I don't know where it came from, but this money will revitalize downtown, so it will help the businesses in that sense. And that's a plus, right? That's a good thing. Lightings, cameras, Wi-Fi. I mean, those are all things that we all want. And so, but it is not for loans, and I hate to say that, it's not for loans to businesses. Again, I don't know where that information came from, but it is incorrect, and I apologize that you received incorrect information. But it will help the downtown area, because with all of the improvements that we're making, we will hopefully generate some revenue. And so that's the only comment I have, and that is why I pulled item 13, because I was very concerned for the downtown businesses that were under the assumption that they were going to get money. And so I just want to say my apologies again. I don't know who shared that with you, but that is not accurate. But you will see Wi-Fi, lighting, elevators, infrastructure improvements, and a whole bunch of other things. And so I am looking forward to those improvements in downtown for all of our visitors that come in. So thank you. That's all I have. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam City Mayor. I want to thank the members of the public who have been a part of the demands for the accountability and robust change when it comes to the areas of the streetcar. When the streetcar construction began in 2021, my office met hand in hand with the businesses, and we responded by funding $1.5 million with the leadership of my office and Mayor Sarmiento at the time. We created a fund of $1.5 million in 2022. We then doubled that fund with an additional $1.5 million. We had Senator Tom Umberg as well help us with additional monies. We also had Katrina Foley at the time, who was the supervisor in 2022, who gave toward the city to help the businesses who were impacted. In 2023, when we had a town hall with Congressman Lou Correa, and he visited the downtown businesses, media was there, and at the time, the House of Representatives had not approved this fund of money, and we didn't have all of the logistics that we have today. But that is where the confusion came from, is businesses have been impacted for many years when it comes to the impacts of the streetcar and their ability to pay rent. And so the aspirations for them to get additional assistance is real, but we want to clarify that unfortunately this $2.5 million, it's not going to be in direct assistance to businesses who are affected with back pay, whether it be due to COVID or the streetcar. But what this will do is Congressman Lou Correa is supporting the city with $2.5 million in funding grants designated for economic development initiatives in the nation. As our Mayor Valeria Mesqua stated, there's going to be 2 significant infrastructure projects, and the first project involves implementing a downtown wireless solution, which is going to combine Wi-Fi networks. It's going to enhance coverage and services across the area. As a councilman, I actually ran on a platform to expand citywide Wi-Fi. I'm very happy to see this come to the downtown. This technological improvement is going to improve connectivity for our visitors, our residents, and our businesses while promoting economic development and enhancing public services. It's going to give an overall social, community benefit. The second project I'll briefly go over is going to focus on enhancing city-owned parking structures. It's going to upgrade lighting, signage, elevators, security cameras, accessibility features. It's going to improve the aesthetics and functionality of the features and the structures in the downtown. The goal is to create a safer environment, increase utilization and revenue, and serve as a boost to local businesses and provide some energy-efficient cost savings. With that being said, I will make a motion to move this item.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to thank Congressman Correa for this funding. And my excitement in seeing this funding come to us is that when we were discussing the budget, one of the big issues was the fact that we are upside down on our parking structures and our parking meters. And what do I mean by that? I mean, we take in less money than what we spend on it. So we're spending more money to collect money. So we're upside down. And so I think that, I had a very productive meeting with our staff to talk about what the next steps will be. And I believe that I can now say, city manager will be bringing this back to us when? Second meeting in August, or will that be in September?
September.
Great. And I appreciate that. And it'll give you some time to recalibrate the numbers, because when we had our meeting, we talked about the numbers, and those numbers did not include this funding, which I'm not sure why, but it didn't. So going forward, it will include that, and I'm sure it'll probably paint a more rosier picture, because if we're not going to be in the black on those, then I think we need to look at some more drastic measures when it comes to our parking downtown. In other words, I don't want us to continue to be upside down on our parking structures and our parking meters. So this money, thank you, Congressman Correa, this is a welcome addition, and so hopefully that'll help us when it comes to the economic situation with our structures and our meters. So with that, I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Becerra to approve item number 13. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Mayor, the next item is item 14, pulled by Councilmember Penaloza.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, city staff, for making yourselves available for questions regarding these items. The question I have with number 14, and the reason I pulled it, was it's because it's to award an agreement with Outdoor Dimensions, LLC, for digital marquees throughout city parks and various other areas in the city. I pulled it because of the initial error that was in the staff report, as staff has now relayed to us, and the city clerk mentioned earlier in the meeting about the contingency amount that's listed in here. I appreciate that there's been a change made, and it was made because of an error. However, within not sure if the system needs to get updated or another staff report had to get uploaded, but I haven't seen it change in what's available to the public. So I'm not comfortable moving forward with the item, at least personally, until that is fixed. I know that with the staff report, number 14, it says the total estimate construction delivery cost is $1.8 million, which includes construction, testing, and an authorized contingency. The proposed contract enables staff to authorize a construction cost increase of up to 25% if necessary for contingencies. Now, was that an error, or is that still part of this staff report?
Thank you, Council Member. Stephen Mendoza, Assistant City Manager. That is an error in the staff report. The monetary numbers, the dollar amounts are correct. The percentages were wrong.
So what is the correct percentage? I know that in the email you stated it was 10%?
Yes.
And is that reflected anywhere in the staff reports that are currently available to the public?
We didn't amend the staff report. We were going to do it verbally, and the city clerk executed that for us tonight to go on record to make sure that that was the case.
Okay, so the authorized amount is 10% now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. If there is action tonight, it'll be reflective of the correction that the city clerk made on staff's behalf.
Okay. because 25% of that is close to $500,000. So that's I don't want to approve something that isn't reflective of what it really is. So, well, with that, I will still not be supporting the item because I don't. I think that there is environmental impacts, especially when it comes to light pollution. That is, I mean, when you drive past the Santa Ana Stadium on Civic Center and Flower, that whole intersection is lit up in the middle of the night of how bright that marquee is. There's no homes around. There's a courthouse and an office building, so it doesn't affect anybody. But many of these digital marquees are facing residences in various parts of the city. So I cannot support this item, but I'm happy to know that that 10% was, or that change was made. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. Is that Councilmember Lopez? Is your speak? Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to move the item forward. I wanted to thank staff, the city manager's office, Paul's team. I know you were out in different parts of the city. Unfortunately, in Ward 3, nobody showed up when we came to the Bowers to do this presentation, and that is unfortunate, right? Because we're asking you to go out into the community, do this different engagement. We advertise it, and it's difficult when we don't hear anything back. However, I want to move it forward, but I do want to add a requirement that you notify us via email when all of these agreements are finalized, because that's one consistent question that has come from my office due to all of the exhibits and the dollar amounts. And so I just want to make sure that we understand what are the final locations, particularly in my district. And again, I want to thank staff for the extra outreach that they've done. That was something that Councilmember Becerra and other council members requested here a while ago. And so I will make a motion to move the item.
I'll second your motion.
I'm sorry, we're looking at our systems here. They're not working correctly.
Yes, unfortunately, the request to speak button is not working at the moment. We have informed our software provider, and they're looking into a solution
I'm
for
just
us.
used to it. I just tell everybody, put their microphone up, please. I think that's where we're going to go. Mr. City Manager, if we can take care of this. Yeah, I'm not sure what the cost would be. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Paul and his team. Thank you to staff for bringing this item back to us. We had the Ward 1 meeting also for this Marquee program, and again, neighbors didn't show up. And in fact, from what I've heard, I think there were a couple people that my staff said, but they were there for something else. But they learned a lot about the Marquee, and they were excited about it. But I think the one thing I want to say is in Ward 1, we're really excited for this. Ward 1 often takes a lot longer to get information. We don't have as many neighborhood associations to disperse information, and so this is really going to help revitalize certain parts of the city that has historically been less engaged, less involved. So I'm excited to see some of these new items come up, and I look forward to seeing them unveiled. Thank you.
I don't see any more mics up. Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Councilmember Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to approve item number 14. The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay. Nay by Councilmember Penaloza. Motion carries. Mayor, the next item is item 18 for a comment by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I just wanted to share with the members of the public, today we approved a historic investment in the Santa Ana Public Library, an investment of $19+ million for the Santa Ana Public Library located right here off of Civic Center. As many of you know, our public library is very old, but the Santa Ana Public Library recently allocated the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, to advance educational equity and support for impoverished and underserved Santa Ana communities within the qualified census tract areas. This project of $19+ million investment in our library meets the intent of the funding source by enhancing the library's physical, digital, and technological environment that will expand access and provide free, innovative, and interactive spaces for children, teens, and their families. The scope of work includes site work for surface parking, site utility improvements, entrance walkways, pedestrian lighting, renovation of exterior public spaces, site furnishings, irrigation, landscaping, and the main library building consists of 39,790 square feet. It does have 2 floors and a below-grade basement. Additional improvements will include the following: hazardous material removal, demolition, repair, restoration of exterior marble facade, an accessible elevator, repair and revitalization of the north-facing windows, full historic restoration of interior spaces, mechanical, plumbing, and electrical improvements, low-voltage systems, communications equipment, electrical security. Investing in youth and families looks like this. I'm very happy that this item passed. This is a victory for Santa Ana residents and residents in Ward 5. Thank you.
Mayor, the final item off the consent calendar is item number 20, pulled by Councilmember Penaloza.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua, and thank you, city staff, for this item. This is actually very exciting to know that the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center in District 6, Ward 6, is getting these upgrades, especially with that water fountain. You know, our train station is a destination. Hundreds of people use it, thousands of people use it every day, and it's in movies and TV shows because of how nice it looks. I know Disney has turned it into Panama for one of their Disney Plus series, which was pretty cool to see a couple of years ago. So I'm happy to see these investments going into our train station. The only thing I have an issue with when it comes to this construction contract is in the staff report, under fiscal impact, it also, it has the amount of about, a little over $500,000 in construction costs and delivery costs, but it also, the proposed contract also enables staff to authorize a construction cost increase of up to 25% if necessary for contingencies. Now, these are two public works staff reports that are in here that have 25% contingencies authorized by city staff in them. I know things are expensive, and I know there's always anticipated cost. The contingencies I've seen in the past are always 10%, 15% at the most. So to have 25% repeatedly, not sure if this one's an error like the previous one was, but I would like to see if this is in fact 25%, because this is $110,000, give or take, that we are now giving staff full authority to decide whether they want to expend or not as this project moves forward. So, Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you'd like to answer if this is also an error, or is it in fact staff asking for a 25% contingency?
Thank you, Council Member. For your question regarding the replacement of the fountain at the Santa Ana train station, I will call upon Nabil Saba and his team to respond to your question regarding the contingency.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The amount that is in contingencies for this particular project is 20%. However, the 25% is in the Green Book, and you will notice that that 25% is in all of our construction contracts. We have few in this agenda, and it's standard 25, what we call a Green Book standard. This allows us, if it happens that we need additional contingencies, we can go up to 25%, but that's not always the case. In this particular situation, it is 20%, as indicated in the analysis.
So thank you for that, Director Saba. So was the previous one with the billboards, was that also?
That was not a construction project. It was an RFP, request for proposal. Therefore, it was a 10%. But if you notice the others, we have, I believe, a traffic signal here that is a 25%, just like this one.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that information. I know that there's probably discussions that need to be had between the executive team, because I've heard otherwise from contingency amounts by city management, and that it's usually around the 10%, or should be around the 10%, and the city attorney's office has also alluded to that. I don't know if it's standard, but for now, I am not comfortable moving forward with contracts that have 25% contingency.
So, Councilmember,
because-
may I just chime in since you referred to me
Sure.
real quick?
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
I just want to clarify that our Public Works Director did indicate that the Green Book, this is a document that the Public Works officials use, says that you can have a contingency of up to 25%. What the real issue here is how much money is the City Council allocating. Some city councils won't give staff the full 25%. They'll say, well, I know you can do a change order up to 25%. If you're going to be exercising change orders at 15, 20, 25%, we want to know about it.
Yeah.
We want to know why. Some cities do give the full allocation. Sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't. I just want to let you know, I know this is an issue. Some of you have raised it with me. And I think on average, our contingencies are, we don't usually exercise 25%, but we always ask for it. So I do have some recommendations I'd like to make to Public Works and the Finance Department as to how we can do this and give them what they need for flexibility, but not have you announce to a contractor that they can change the project up to 25%.
Right.
25% is a lot of money on some of these projects, millions of dollars sometimes. So I think there are some things we can do to modernize our practices and be more prudent with how we make recommendations to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. That is excellent. I think that's something that should be had. But for now, I will make a motion to approve this item with the 10% contingency. If it's instead of the 25%, it's a fountain. Already $500,000 allocated. If there goes more than 25%, I think there's issues to other conversations to be had. But I will make a motion to approve the staff report with the 10% contingency.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Second his motion.
I'd like to comment real quick.
Yeah, I know you're going to comment. Were you finished, Councilman Penaloza?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank Councilmember Penaloza for bringing this forward. I've administered contracts for other public agencies, and when I saw 25%, I thought, wow, that's pretty rich or generous. I get it. You know, you may go over it, right? But I've usually seen them at 10, maybe 15% contingency. If we're going to start wading into the waters of 25%, I think then we need to have some sort of trigger, and maybe this is where our city attorney might have been going. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe we have something that comes back to us if you're going to go over that 10% contingency. I think you need to have a tighter leash on your contractors. I mean, we shouldn't have that much room to wiggle. So I appreciate Councilmember Penaloza bringing or pulling this item, and I'll be supporting the motion as is.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Councilmember Lopez, is your mic up?
Yeah, just for the record, City Manager, can you clarify for me if the percentage change would impact the grant that we're talking about with this item?
It's not so much it's like the city attorney
Can
says,
you
right?
speak into your mic, please?
It's kind of like the city attorney said, right? There's aspect that the like she called it, the Green Book allows for. So would it impact the grant? Not necessarily, because it goes back to the whole point of the key component, right? How are we transparent? How we have make sure that our contractor stays within the existing parameters. The contingency is just to have that aspect that it might change, so we don't have to come back. So for us, we can set up internal parameters to make sure that we're very diligent and vigilant and making sure we're within certain milestones and parameters, but it won't impact the grant, no.
Perfect, thank you.
Seeing no other, there's a motion and a second. Let's prepare to vote.
Thank you, Nabil.
And this is with the 10%, correct, Councilman?
This is a motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to approve item 20 as amended to lower the contingency for change orders from 25% to 10%.
Thank you.
And sorry, quick question, is 10% standard?
10 to 15, even though, yeah.
Okay, understood.
But to clarify, and again, as the new city manager, the 25 contingency component has been part of the typical grant application to Public Works, which is the maximum it allows. And again, it is permitted. It's just a practice that maybe we can reflect and evaluate from moving forward.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Mayor, that concludes the consent calendar.
Perfect, thank you. Before hearing public item number 27, Madam Clerk, please please provide instructions to the public we're going to go into the public hearing now, who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only. Item number 27 is related to the abatement of dangerous and abandoned buildings. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For any members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to make a comment for public hearing item number 27 only, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
Any comments, Madam City Clerk?
No, Mayor.
Great. Item number 27, Mr. City Manager, is there a staff presentation?
So we have a presentation if the city council wants to hear it. If that's the case, the executive director of planning and building, Mentai, will do a presentation.
Would you all like a presentation, or we're good with just voting on the item?
I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second. All right, let's prepare to vote if there's no comments.
I have a question for city staff.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Does the staff report, does it have, does it go into detail of the type of properties that we do? Oh, of course we do. Never mind. Carry on, Mayor.
I think we can do roll call vote.
What? Where are we at?
Mayor, I think there's just a little, you can hear some discussion across
So,
the dais. If you could officially open, and then
did.
hearing no comments, close.
Yeah, I think I did that.
We need those specific words
So
in a
let me be
public
very
hearing.
specific, because some were not paying attention. I am going to close the consent calendar, because you all are talking over here, and I'm going to now open for public hearings. And we are on item number 27. Madam Clerk,
No,
we're good?
each public hearing requires specific action, and so typically after you hear the staff presentation is when you would open the public hearing to hear comments, if any, close the public hearing, have additional commentary across the dais before the vote.
So I'm reading it the way you wrote it, and I
Yes.
believe the council made a motion, they don't want the presentation?
The motion was out of order because the public hearing hadn't been opened and closed yet.
So I'm opening and closing.
Just say I open up the public hearing.
I open the public hearing.
Is there anyone who wants to speak?
Nobody wants to speak? Anybody?
I close the public hearing.
You guys, because you're all here, that's why this problem thing. I never have this problem. And now I'm going to close it. All right.
And now you can take a motion.
I'll make a motion to move the item now,
And
Madam
I
Mayor.
second it. Okay. All right, we're ready to go. No, and we agreed no presentation.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have this problem. Okay, we're good. Let's vote.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to approve the actions for public hearing item number 27, including a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana confirming the cost of securing and/or demolition of various structures declared to be public nuisances, making, confirming, and levying assessments for such costs, and ordering such costs to be recorded with the Orange County Recorder's Office and the associated CEQA determination. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So now I'm going to say no further comments. I hereby close the public hearing. Ay, hombre, por favor. All right, we've made a motion, we second. It says, before hearing, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to read exactly what she wrote. Before hearing public item number 28, Madam Clerk, please provide the instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public who may be joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to make a comment for public hearing item number 28 only, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. We do not have anyone on Zoom, but we do have cards that are submitted for when you open the public hearing. I'll call the speakers forward.
Item number 28 is related to the zoning ordinance amendment for 3100 West Lake Center Drive. Mr. City Manager, let me ask the council if they'd like a presentation. Would the council like a presentation? If not, we can just move forward.
I'm okay, I've been briefed.
Okay.
I've been briefed as well. We're all good.
Okay.
Seeing no need for a presentation.
Mayor, with these presentations, I've been pretty consistent since the beginning. I've seen them, I know what the project is, but I think that for the public's sake, for people watching that might know what this is, we should have these presentations. my opinion, but I'll defer to the majority.
Is there a motion to have no presentation? So you all want the presentation?
I'll move the item.
You're moving the item, Councilman
Nope,
Hernandez?
no presentation. I'll move the item.
I'll second. Let's prepare to vote on that. Madam City Clerk, can you take a?
And just for correction, that motion is just no presentation.
That's
because you can't
correct.
move the item yet,
That's
so
what
no
I said.
presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
We're having problems tonight. Okay.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to not hear a presentation during this public hearing.
That is correct.
Mayor,
Councilman-
and then just point of clarity and clarification, that's just so that the public doesn't see the presentation, correct? Is what this motion is
The
on?
motion is no presentation at all.
Okay, all right.
But the presentation is available online via the agenda.
It's all about transparency, but.
That's
okay.
correct, Councilman Lopez, that is correct. Thank you, Councilman Penalosa, I appreciate it.
On the motion, Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza,
No.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan,
No.
Mayor Mesqua.
Yes.
Vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Fan and Councilmember Penaloza. Motion carries to not hear the presentation.
I'm going to read it just the way she wrote it. Do any members of the council need to disclose ex parte communications? Are there any questions or comments by the council? I believe there are none. Councilman Penalosa covered his. I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have several cards. I'll call all 3 names at a time. If you could please line up in behind the podium. Wanye McDonald, Zach Strasters, John Tafoya.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Santa Ana Mayor and City Council. My name is Wanye McDonald, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of the South Coast Technology Center. As I mentioned during the Planning Commission hearing for this project, the approval, permitting, construction, and tenancy of this project proposed industrial and corporation building presented before you today will result in hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs over the project's lifetime. When we consider the future of our city and the decisions that produce favorable outcomes for our working class, we must look at opportunities like this to encourage private development, such as this, as a blessing and a benefit that we cannot afford to ignore. Please approve this project before you this evening. Thank you. God bless.
Zach Strasters.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. It's been a lively night. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm not sure if you guys followed when we were here, Care California, by the way. Not sure if you followed while we were here during Planning Commission. I think we said the bulk of really what needed to be said there, but just to reiterate, in the arc of development that we have for industrial, we know that private development isn't going to continue for a whole lot longer, even in areas that are really desirable to build in, like Orange County. And just like the previous speaker mentioned, these are great entry-level job opportunities. So you have the intermediate with construction, you have long-term with entry-level workers. And then one of the things that we're really interested in is the quality of the development based on the nature and the footprint of the organization involved. So Care California does not make it a habit of endorsing developers writ large. What we do is we look at projects on a case-by-case basis. And so when we took into account the nature of the developer and their relationship with the area, and then we started to look at what they were actually proposing, we said, you know what, this does have the potential to really bless and benefit this community. So as you look at it, I think you're going to find, just like we did, there is a strong project here. There is a project that labor components are asking for, the community is asking for. We see a good opportunity for anti-recidivism with this. We see a good opportunity for entry-level jobs for high school students and for those that are in community colleges, those that are looking looking for secondary jobs. Those are coming out of any form of rehabilitation. So for a community perspective, these are the really essential times, again, in the arc of industrial development where we really have to take advantage of these. So because we don't find any outstanding reason to oppose the project and because of the nature of the developer, this is an absolute slam dunk. Yes, please approve this project. Thank you and God bless you.
John Tafoya, followed by Randy Wetmer and Michael Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm John Tafoya. Thank you for that recognition. Like we said earlier, represented with the Western States Carpenters Union, over 4,000 members who live in the city and surroundings. We are in strong support of this project. It is clear that the Sigerson family understands the importance of building quality projects. By partnering with us, they are committed to creating a project that will not only be best in class, but also best in supporting good paying wages and benefits for the workers building it. Moreover, as highlighted by the staff report, the South Coast Technology Center project would result in various on-site and off-site improvements that would enhance the community experience and foster dynamic local economy, creating employment opportunities for all residents in the city. This is the type of projects that the city of Santa Ana and its residents deserve, one that creates high-quality construction jobs, supports the local skilled workforce, and contributes to the local community. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Randy Wetmer, Ironworkers Local 416. So, this project here, this is one of them that checks all the boxes. The developer's done his homework. We're gonna have members working on this project, live here in Santa Ana. They're not gonna be driving to LA, San Diego. They're gonna be able to come home, sit down and have dinner with their family, go watch their kids' baseball games. They're gonna build something in their community. They're gonna go out and have dinner with their families in the community instead of saying, oh, I'm too tired, maybe this weekend. So this is a win-win for the city of Santa Ana. It's a win-win for our members. It's a win-win to build this community. I encourage you guys to give full support on this one. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Michael Garcia, Jonathan Daly, Henry Hillenbrecht.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Garcia. Speaking in favor of the South Coast Technology Center project, as a member of the community who has benefited from organizations that help individuals re-enter the workforce, I am keenly aware of the importance of entry-level jobs and the impact those jobs have. These particular employment opportunities are essential for helping people to rebuild their lives and restore their families. They are a vital buffer to defend our society against recidivism and relapse. The Vera Institute determined that the state of California spent over $18 billion in the fiscal year of 2023 on criminal legal system. And when we ask ourselves what we can do at the city and local levels to deter the young people from entering into that system, I am reminded of the words of Father Greg Boyle: nothing stops a bullet like a job. As a man who's been saved through Jesus Christ and rehabilitated through programs who genuinely care about my future, I'm now praying and preparing for a job. And approving this project today will open the door for me to step into a life where I am whole, healthy, healed, and gainfully employed. For these reasons, I ask you to approve the project in order to help successfully place those hungry for opportunity on a path of success. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly. I'll try to be quick because I know you guys don't really want to stare at me on this TV for too long. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a proud member of La Una, the labor's union. Over here in the back corner. We would have been up front, but it was a packed house. I'm here on behalf of my family, these guys' family and a lot of members that can't be here tonight because they're traveling, they're commuting from job site to home. I'll keep it brief. We're lucky enough to be a part of this project, if approved, and we hope it is approved. We get to provide a stable lifestyle for our families. I have a 1-year-old son. He just turned 1. So I'm a regular at the Santa Ana Zoo. I grew up here, which I'm very happy about. Not a homeowner yet because, I mean, money's money, trying to make more of it. That's why we're here. But it all starts at these meetings. Without these meetings, we don't get jobs. And that gives us the health care that we need, the food on our tables. And like a couple have said, you know, being able to work at home, it provides us more time to be with our families, spend more time with my wife, spend more time with my son, and most importantly, football season is here, so watch football and not have to miss any Bears games. So, thank you. Hey. So proudly go Bears, and we ask for your support on this project. Thank you.
We were going to offer you the first-time home buyers. We're not going to offer him first-time home buyers no more. Not going to offer it to him.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Henry Hellebrick. I represent over 1,000 members of Local Union 582, plumbers and steam fitters. This project hits all the marks for us. We have hundreds of our members that live in the city of Santa Ana, have go to school there, so we just ask you to please approve this project so we can move forward and get this thing done. Thank you.
Daniel Osborne. Daniel Osborne, Ironworkers Local 433.
When you hear other names, that must be the last one. I'll try to make it quick then. So good evening. I'm representing over 5,000 members of Ironworkers Local 433. We're supporting this project because we have a developer who's committed to building responsibly. Right? They've agreed to use a skilled and trained workforce, which ensures that job's going to be built efficiently, but more importantly, it's going to be built safely. You guys will be able to trust those buildings to remain standing long after the workforce is gone. It's an important consideration. Right? They've also agreed to pay a fair wage. That way the men and women working on this project will be appropriately compensated for their backbreaking labors. I think we can all agree that nobody working construction should be making minimum wage or anything close to that, which is really not an uncommon practice in private ventures. So my hat's off to developers who are responsible about the way they treat their workers. And lastly, you've already heard about the local hire aspect. When I was still in the field, it was pretty common for us to say if your drive home was an hour and a half or less, you were doing pretty good. Right? You usually expect to be 2 to 3 hours. End of the week, that's 10 plus hours you're not sitting at home with your family, right? How many people here are like 10 more hours a week with their family? That's all of us. It's a luxury we don't often get. This project will provide that. Like my colleague Randy said, this checks literally every box you could check on a project. I see no reason not to support it. I hope that you all see it the same way. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards. There are no speakers on Zoom, and noting for the record that we received 9 e-comments that were distributed to the council and posted online for public review.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. With no further comments, I hereby close the public hearing. Do any council members have any additional comments or questions?
I'll move the item with a brief comment, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank members of the public and my colleagues here. Thank you all of our brothers and sisters in the labor movement, the Carpenters, Local 582, the laborers, Local 652. Santa Ana looks like this. And when we have development that is happening in our backyard, you best believe we want our neighbors at the table. And so I want to thank the developer for working hand in hand with working class people. At the end of the day, that is the forefront of what we want to see development, is we want to see our residents included. We want our residents to be able to drive past these beautiful buildings and say, your dad built that, your grandfather, your uncle did, your tia, what have you. And that instills a sense of community pride. That is how you create community safety. Residents being at the table is one of the most important pillars in Santa Ana. So I just want to thank my colleagues and I'm ready to take a vote.
Councilman Becerra, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquat. I want to thank all our brothers and sisters in labor that came out tonight to support this project. I also want to thank the Segerstrom family, because some get confused. They think they're a Costa Mesa family, but we all know that the Segerstroms are a Santa Ana family, and they have a legacy here in Santa Ana. And when I met with representatives from the family, they told me something I was not surprised about, and that is they've used union labor before, so they understand what it means to use union labor. So it's not a shocker tonight to see this project come forward and see all of our brothers and sisters in the House of Labor here tonight. So I'm very happy to support this project, very happy to see workers from Santa Ana building projects in Santa Ana. So happy to go ahead and second this item. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelosi.
Thank you, Mayor. You should have picked on me first. You said everything I was going to say.
I'm
But,
sorry, he waved at me first.
Thank you to our brothers and sisters who are in here. This is a labor house, and we're happy to have you here. And thank you for coming out to support this project. Very excited. And thank you to the Segerstrom family for bringing this project to our city. This is not only going, like one of the gentlemen that spoke, checks every box, but it's a win-win as well. It revitalizes an entire area of our city. It brings jobs. It brings construction jobs. It's going to bring jobs for the next 50, 60, 100 years to that area. So I'm very happy about it, excited to see it come, and excited for that whole area to see it just get the much-needed facelift. So thank you. Happy to support this project.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you to the Segerstroms for this work that you're putting together and working with our brothers and sisters in the union. We appreciate coming together and working out a plan, but also developing a space that's going to bring more jobs to Santa Ana, that's going to pay for working class. Because here in Santa Ana, we love our labor and we love our working class families, and we appreciate the care that you bring to that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, I'm going to be supportive of this project, and for transparency purposes, as it was already stated, the family owns the land. They're not going to sell it, and this is really a process where the council is saying, yes, go ahead and essentially remodel, reconstruct these buildings, because we live in a day and age now that commercial space has been changed because of the pandemic. And so people that own commercial spaces, they are within their right to say, specifically when they own the land and the buildings, to say, we need to now do something different in order to help generate revenue, not just for the city, but for the people that own the buildings. And so this project is consistent with our general plan. This project is consistent with the zoning action, which zoned or designated the parcel on which the project is located on to accommodate a particular density. And so, you're seeing, when you look at the report online, you're going to see that a lot of beautification is happening with this project. And we want to thank the applicants. I want to thank the applicants. And again, as I said, I want to thank the applicants for briefing our staff about this, staff on your end for answering any questions that we had. And again, I'm going to be very happy to support this project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing more that I like than development in Santa Ana than development in Ward 1. And so I'm just so excited that this project is squarely in Ward 1 in the West Side. And for those of you who haven't had the opportunity, I do want to briefly read from the executive summary of the fiscal impact analysis, right? The executive summary. It says that overall, the project is anticipated to add 687 permanent new jobs, 425 on-site, and 262 off-site within the city. The project would also provide 555 one-time jobs associated with its construction. That's all of our friends in labor. Notably, the project would deliver a substantial boost to the city's economy, with the production of goods and services increasing by $256.1 million annually. That is going to be a huge boon to the city of Santa Ana. And it's not just these individual jobs, it is not just these individual workers, it's the thousands of families that are going to benefit from this project. And Everyone has thanked staff, and I do want to thank staff because Min, Alro, the team, you have worked to usher in this new general plan, this new vision for the city of Santa Ana in working with our residents and our neighborhoods. And this is what we get to see. I want to thank our friends in labor for coming out and supporting this and for working with the developer. And I want to thank the Segerstroms because I live on Segerstrom. And so I'm very familiar with the work. And I want to say that to any developers looking to improve the city of Santa Ana, we welcome you, but we welcome you with the expectation that you bring community benefits, that you provide good paying union jobs, and that you make sure that you hire Santa Ana residents. And with that, I will support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we all know I am a labor sister. Have been and will always be. So I say that proudly and loud all the time. So thank you all for showing up tonight. Really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this project. I love hearing that our men and women on these projects are gonna be able to go home at a reasonable time, and then be able to spend time with their families and their children and go to those baseball games. I don't know about the football games, the football team you mentioned, but you're gonna be able to spend time with your families. You'll be home. You won't have to drive to LA or wherever you gotta go, right? Because first and foremost, it's local, Santa Ana residents, local, right? And then we also are going to be hiring, I say we, you will be hiring this project, justice impacted, right? That's very important. It is incredibly important. And I thank you for always opening your door to that, because we know, as one of the speakers indicated, yes, Father Boy always says nothing saves a life better than a job, right? And that is so important. And it brings honor to people and gives them life back when they can support their families with a good paying job. And I'm honored to sit up here and say, my son is a member of Local 12, and I say that proudly, proudly, proudly. So thank you all for being here, and I will be supporting the item as well. So let's all prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve public hearing item number 28, the first reading of an ordinance approving zoning ordinance amendment number 2024-01, and a CEQA determination that the project is exempt pursuant to section 15183. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you all for being here. At this time, we're going to end the public hearing. We're going to recess the City Council meeting and convene to the Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please conduct a roll call.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Present.
Authority Member Lopez.
Here.
Authority Member Penaloza.
Present.
Authority Member Vasquez.
Present.
Vice Chair Fan. Here. Chair Mesqua.
Present.
All members present.
Madam Secretary, are there any additions or deletions to the Housing Authority agenda?
There are none.
Do we have any speakers for the Housing Authority agenda?
There are no speakers in the chamber, on Zoom, or via email.
Does any authority member wish to pull an item for separate discussion or wish to make a motion? A second, please announce your name for the record.
This is Councilwoman Lopez. I'll move the agenda.
I'll second.
Moved by Authority Member Lopez, second by Authority Member Penaloza. Let's prepare to vote.
To approve consent calendar items 1 through 3 of the Housing Authority.
That's correct.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a noted temporary absence by Authority Member Hernandez. Motion carries.
All right, at this time, we are going to recess the Housing Authority meeting and reconvene to the City Council meeting. Mr. City Manager, can you please hear your comments at this time?
As a reminder, this Sunday with the Chicano Heritage Festival, again, we want to make sure that people attend. Look out for the information on social media. So we have quite a few bands, most of them born and raised here in Santa Ana. And so that's one of the things we want to be definitely announced. I want to echo the sentiments, especially in this last project that just passed. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we have been working very diligently to usher a new era and then with the change of the general plan and then those zoning amendments, not just the environmental justice concerns that people are talking about that we're looking to implement. As you probably heard in our press release last week, we have two staff members from the Planning and Building Agency representing the city of Santa Ana at the statewide California APA conference on two different issues. Again, a reflection of the staff and professional components that we offer here in the city of Santa Ana. So we're very proud of those activities, especially in planning and building. Again, as the newly appointed city manager, as soon as the contract gets signed, right? I want to thank again the mayor pro tem, and the city council for the trust you have placed in me. Again, as an employee over 30 years, I started as an intern here with the city of Santa Ana, and living in the city for almost 33 years. As a reminder, and I've said it many times, my daughter and my son went to Pio Pico Elementary at Highland and Flower, and Tremendous Elementary, junior high, excuse me. So I'm very proud of what the city has given me, and I look to provide more to the city that's given me much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and congratulations again. All right, we're going to go to council member comments at this time. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate the new city manager, Alvarez Nunez. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service and your leadership. You got 7 votes to become our new city manager, and we really appreciate your work that you've done. I'm excited to be participating in the Chicano Heritage Festival. It's going to be a great time for family. Invite everybody to come out. And as well, so school starts on Monday. And I just want to welcome back all the children and everybody, all the kids to back to school. And we're going to be there with our open arms to greet them, as I'm a teacher at Valley High School. So shout out to all the Falcons coming back to school. And one last thing, at the last meeting, Councilmember Becerra called out Van Ness Market. And I lived on Van Ness from 2015 to 2022. And I appreciate Councilmember Becerra looking out for the residents of Van Ness, but I know that market and I know that family. And they know me. So I went down to talk to them. And before I went, I asked the city manager, Nunez, what's happening, what has happened there since I moved a year and a half? And he's like, there's a lot of phone calls, there's a lot of things. I'm like, let me check. I went, I talked to the family, and they're like, yes, there is a lot of phone calls. We make the phone calls. We have a camera, we have lights, we get rid of people, and when we call police, nobody comes. Or police or city, so I don't want to be. When they call for help, nobody comes. So they are diligent, and they saw the social media post, and they went and talked to the man. They went to the man's house, talked to his family. They did the work. They're doing the community work to keep that place safe. Well, I do appreciate Councilmember Becerra looking out for the residents. Van Ness Market and their family didn't deserve to be called out in that manner. And they are diligent in their work of keeping that place as safe as they can. They are good quality people. It's a good quality family. I lived there for years. I bought my first home. I was lucky enough to buy a first house in Santa Ana. That makes me proud. That neighborhood is proud. Neighbors reached out to me, concerned about how they were being depicted in Van Ness. One of my commissioners, who she just comes out to people who try to change their house and try to do things to historical homes, and she's on top of it. And she was disturbed by the comments. So I just want to make sure that the Van Ness Market, the owners and that family have been doing their due diligence. I just want the public to know. Thank you.
Is that it? Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. I just wanted to also wish every student and teacher out there a happy and wonderful school year and safe school year. Everyone here, there's a couple school districts and different organizations that service our city, everyone from Santa Ana Unified to Orange Unified, Garden Grove Unified, Tustin Unified, all the private schools in our city, and all the great charter schools in our city as well. Wish you a very happy back to school year, and hope you all do very well. Also want to congratulate two very, very delicious businesses in our city on their milestone anniversaries that we've celebrated over the last couple of weeks. We had Café Cultura in downtown Santa Ana, owned by Santa Ana young men who I had the privilege of going to school with and knowing since I was a child. And it's nice to see that there's Santa Ana residents and born and bred that are contributing to our downtown, contributing to our businesses, and helping drive our city and our downtown. They celebrated 10 years of operating in our city, so congratulations to Café Cultura, and also Benchmark in the Lacey neighborhood, and also in Ward 6. Café Cultura is not in my ward, but happy to celebrate them. But Benchmark is celebrating 5 years. So anybody listening, check these restaurants out. They're great, they're delicious, they're a great vibe. Dwayne, the Benchmark owner, is also a Santa Ana resident. So a lot of these businesses are our own residents that are helping contribute to our economy. So thank you to them. Congratulations on 5 years. And that is it, Mayor and Ms. What. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I really want to thank city staff, specifically the city manager's office and Santa Ana Zoo staff for all of their help with our back to school event Friday night. It was a really, really beautiful event. We had a lot of families. We originally only wanted to hand out about 400 backpacks, and we ended up handing out over 600. There was a lot of people that came and not just, grabbed a backpack and a box of food, but visited all the different resources that we had, specifically for mental health, for kids and their families, and the school district, and the McKinney-Vento information, which is so critical at this moment in time. And so again, I want to thank our staff, all of the organizations, all of our partners that made that event so successful. And it was said earlier, but I really want to encourage all of our constituents to come out and support Parks and Recs programming with Chicano Heritage Festival happening on August the 11th at Centennial Park. And we also partnered with Neighborhood Works Orange County, and so we're hosting 2 separate sessions, and we want to thank housing staff for agreeing to be part of 2 different sessions. As I said, the first one is going to talk about first-time home buyer workshop. There's a lot of questions about what does having a 3% down payment mean? What is the process to work with banks? And so I think it's important to really break down those expectations for our constituents, because I often hear about, hey, I applied, I didn't get accepted. And so it's important for them to have that financial knowledge and that knowledge of the process in general. And then the second workshop is going to be held at the Lawn Bowling Center, and we're going to share information about both of the workshops on our social media and newsletter. And they will be in English and Spanish. And lastly, we want to encourage everybody to come out to Zoofari at the Santa Ana Zoo on August 17th at 5:30. Support the zoo. All of the proceeds go back to investing back in our local amenities that we have here. And lastly, we are hosting office hours. It's something that we do often with our office, and we always pick a different park in Ward 3. And so we're going to release that information on our social media and on our newsletter as well. And thank you, staff. Good job on the agenda. You've heard from me that I like them short, sweet, and to the point. And so thank you for your work.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank members of the public as well as my colleagues, our city staff, more importantly, for putting an agenda together that got a lot of important city business done. $19 million invested in the public library, $2 million invested in workforce grants with OCTAC, And we have a new city manager, Alvaro Nunez, a 30-year resident of the city of Santa Ana, somebody who's been working in the city a very long time, and our first city manager with the Chicano Studies degree. I think it's important that I talk about that because we are living in a day and age where it is being more and more normalized to hear the term Chicano. At one point in the 60s, this was a term that people fought and died for. As we are celebrating Chicano Heritage Month this month, it is important to invite our neighbors to come out to this Sunday's Centennial Park celebration. It's a free event. It's family friendly. It's picnic style. You bring your loved ones, you bring a blanket, you get comfortable, you enjoy some good music. The city will have some resources for you. There's going to be some art. And more importantly, it's a family friendly event. Make sure that you bring your kids, your grandmother, your loved ones, and everybody who's important. As we're talking on the heels of this history, the Chicano moratorium's anniversary is August 29th, 1970. And the reason why the Chicano Heritage Festival exists is to commemorate that historic day. It is a day that speaks to 20 to 30,000 demonstrators marching down the streets of East Los Angeles to protest the Vietnam War. There was a disproportionate amount of Mexican-American Chicanos who were losing their life in the war. This protest was a landmark for the civil rights movement for Mexican Americans. Unfortunately, on that day, August 29th, Thomas Wilson did shoot Ruben Salazar in the head at the Silver Dollar Bar. He was a sheriff. There were 2 additional Chicanos who were killed that day by law enforcement, Angel Diaz, as well as Gustavo Montag. It goes to show you that when Mexican Americans use their voice to move the country forward, sometimes our government can recognize this as a threat. It is important to remind our neighbors that Mexican Americans in the 1940s dared to make this country better. Those families in Orange County were the Thomas Estrada family, William Guzman in Virginia of Santa Ana, Frank Palomino family of Garden Grove, and Lorenzo Ramirez family of Orange. But 4 families worked hand in hand with the help of a lawyer, Thurgood Marshall, and they were able to desegregate schools in Orange County, which then set the precedent for Brown versus Board of Education, which helped ensure that children of all colors, of all backgrounds exist in the same classroom. So I just want to thank my ancestors and Chicano people for opening the doors for us to have the dialogues that are happening here. We have a Chicano city manager, and there's history that will be made on Sunday. And then lastly, I just want to share with the city manager, I am not supportive of a policy that limits how the media can cover and talk about the city's business. I don't want us to infringe on their right to report, and I believe in the freedom of press. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I swear this is totally coincidental, but literally as you were talking, Councilmember Vasquez, I got a message from that constituent who was asking for more enforcement because, and I'm going to look at our acting chief of police. I want to thank you, Councilmember Vasquez, for actually reaching out to the Van Ness Market and talking to those folks. What I wanted to make sure that we all appreciated and that staff heard from us going forward is that conditional use permits are not just a guarantee. Conditional use permits are a responsibility. And if you are given a conditional use permit, we can take your conditional use permit. And if the Van Ness Market is able to tighten up their operations, that's wonderful. That's one less hearing that we have to schedule. But with that being said, we also talked about a couple of other establishments, and I want to thank staff, our city manager and Director Mintai for discussing those items along with Councilmember Pelosa. We had a couple of other problem properties that I know staff will be working on, and Acting Chief Rodriguez, I mean, I don't want to be crass about it, but they're still going to the bathroom behind Van Ness Market. So we need officers. There's a lot of great things that RPD does, but it's the quality of life stuff that I would argue that probably the majority of my colleagues up here get calls about the most. And so whatever your officers can do when they see something, not just say something, obviously do something. So I appreciate that. For folks that don't know, Bowers Museum is free for all Santa Ana residents all the way through September 8th. So take advantage of that. Go with your ID, utility bill, shows that you're a Santa Ana resident. Go to the Bowers Museum and enjoy the exhibits that they have. Again, free for Santa Ana residents through September 8th. I want to also talk real quick. I want to actually thank my colleagues for supporting my nomination to the Youth Commission, Edith Hernandez. And the reason I bring her up is that, so I made a point for myself, because I do have the blessing of 3 high schools in my ward, Valley High School, Saddleback, and Segerstrom High School. Mater Dei's just across the street, but they shop in my ward. It's okay. But with that being said, last year I had a student from Mater Dei that served as my youth commissioner. And so last week, my council aide, Andrew Linares, and I, we went to Saddleback High School and interviewed a very exceptional group of individuals and just to see if they were interested in serving on the youth commission. And I was very impressed. And it was a very hard decision to make on selecting Edith Hernandez. But what I left with the impression of Edith, and I think Hawk, you and staff will see this, is she embodies being a young adult. I mean, she came off very professional, and I think she's going to do an amazing job on the commission. So looking forward to seeing her shine there. And last but not least, Alvaro. Congratulations, man. Really, if there's somebody that deserved it, you know, one of the things that always struck me as we were going through the process is we interviewed some amazing candidates for city manager. So for you to be selected, you know, you definitely beat out some very, very qualified folks. But what you did, what stood out with you was the fact that when you were answering our questions, you didn't answer it in the more, I'm going to say, generic sense, right? You didn't just say, oh, that falls under public works or that falls under planning. You knew who to go to, and not just to the directors, but you knew who was the one that was going to be doing the work. So I'm really excited because I know that you've already been running, so it's not about you hitting the ground running. You're already running, so I'm looking forward to seeing you shine and seeing you keep up the good work and seeing all the good things that we can see accomplished here in this city. So with that, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So first off, congratulations, Mr. City Manager. So excited to have a longtime resident city employee rise to the top. I'm always so excited for staff who are, you know, from within the city, who have been here a long time, who have risen through the ranks because we value our employees. So congratulations. I look forward to working with you more closely. I'd like to thank staffs, Parks and Rec, for having the movies in the park. It was so fun. We had it at both Rosita and Heritage Park this year. My team was just out there. We gave out juice and snacks, and all the kids had an amazing time. I want to say, I guess, let everyone know, and she's sitting right here in the audience, my Chief of Staff, Lisbeth Rosales. We are so sad to see her go. This is her last week as my Chief of Staff, as a member of the Ward 1 team officially. But she's on to bigger and brighter things. She is going to law school, and I've just dubbed the term, we're gonna be Lobo lawyers, right? There's a group of us from Los Amigos High School who are lawyers, and I look forward to seeing what you do in your future. Thank you so much for your commitment to the city, for coming up to me at a Santa Anita Neighborhood Association event and asking to how you can help. And really committing yourself to Ward 1. We couldn't have done this without you. And I can't wait to see when you come back and run for office. And lastly, he did just walk off the dais. This most Mr. Important, Councilmember Penalosa, I want to thank him, not thank him, I want to say congratulations to Councilmember Penalosa and my dear, dear friend, Kim Wynn Penalosa, for the recent wedding. It was gorgeous, it was amazing. I was so happy to be a part of it, and there was not a dry eye in the room or outside. It was incredible, and I can't wait to see Kim be a Santa Ana resident in the future. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to cover this quickly. On Sunday, July 28th, we hosted a back-to-school resource fair. It was absolutely wonderful. We had partners, committee from the Power of One Foundation, Mosaic Movement, Cal Optima, Santa Ana Chamber, Sunrise Church, Santa Ana Kiwanis, Asian American Senior Citizen Service Center, Santa Ana Alex. We had over 2,200 people, and of course the city of Santa Ana. We had over 2,200 people that came through, 65 vendors. We gave away over 2,000 backpacks. We had dental, vision, medical checkups. We had so many resources. The tables were just amazing. Everybody was super happy, and I'm very proud of the work by everybody. It's not the mayor, it's the committee, and it's the community and all the organizations that came together in partnership with the city. So it was a beautiful, beautiful event. That's all I can say. There was a lot of people there. So after that now, I'm going to say congratulations. You're a Cochelano, like my husband. I could say that now, and since that's where you come from, the Valley as we call it. And I believe if you graduate from Coachella Valley High School, you're with the likes of Congressman Ruiz, Eduardo Garcia, Manuel Perez, and of course my husband. So thank you for taking on the position. It is a lot of work. You are now like the CEO of a giant Fortune 500 company. That's what I used to say when I was on the school board, right? That budget's over $1 billion. And here, not only do you have the budget, but you have the staff and all of us to work with and deal with. And so in the short time you've been here, you have truly shown leadership. And there's been issues. You address them. You don't get excited or emotional. You just address them. Con ganas, as we say. And I really appreciate that about you. And I appreciate your honesty. And you don't dance around. If you disagree with, I'm speaking for me, you just say, Mayor, no, I disagree with you, and here's wrong. And I really appreciate that style. I don't want to walk out of your office and hear from 5 different people, because nothing is a secret in these hallways. Absolutely nothing. I don't want to hear from 5 different people like, oh my God, the city manager disagreed. No, you tell me. And I really, really appreciate that. That is true leadership. Because to have those hard conversations. And we've had some. You, me, the chief, and others in your office. We've had some hard conversations. And similar to the chief, he says, nope, this is why Mayor can't do it. And I appreciate that. And so thank you for your leadership. And I look forward to where you are about to take the city with your team. So thank you for that. The resource fair. Okay, school starts. Councilman Vasquez talked about school starts on Monday, the 12th. Good luck to everybody. Have a beautiful year. I want to share that we have brought up families that are in our shelters. And I said, Mike, you're still here. And I don't know how many families are still there, but the last time I got information, we had multiple children. And then I learned that our case managers spend a lot of time transporting our children to and from school. So therefore, they cannot do the job that we really hired them to do, because Santa Ana Unified has not been cooperative again with our children, for our children, picking them up. They are McKinney-Vento children. We can all look up at the ed code, because I have it at home, I know it. Some of us up here know it, or know parts of it and pieces of it. They are supposed to provide transportation. Preschool children, how do they expect them to know? You're gonna give them a bus pass? No. And our case managers should not be driving our children to and from school. That is why Santa Ana Unified, with their over $1 billion budget, and many of their McKinney-Vento students, they have the largest number of McKinney-Vento students in the county. And yet, I was very disappointed to hear that they could not pick up the 25 children that we have at our shelter. So I don't know how long it takes the 2 or 3 case managers to drive them to and from school every day, but that is very sad, incredibly sad. And how, I'll be careful. Let's just say that we need to make sure that Santa Ana Unified is doing their job and picking up the McKinney-Vento students. Madam City Attorney, I hope that we will be sending them a letter, because if we have to proceed in other ways with them, we will, because they have a responsibility, Mr. City Manager. And I don't know, there's a joint committee that I don't even know when the last time they met. Yesterday, first time in how long? 6 months, 3 months, 4 months?
3 months.
3 months. Was that on the agenda, the McKinney-Vento students?
No.
Okay, so maybe you should call, or somebody should call an emergency meeting of that committee, because McKinney-Vento students should be picked up. And if they are not, and the school district refuses to, I hope that the city proceeds with litigation, because it is a lot of work for our case managers to drive them to and from school every single day. That is the responsibility of the school district. The responsibility. So I just want to be really clear on that, because the school board doesn't respond. They don't answer emails, maybe only to a few people up here, but They don't answer emails. And they know most of you are here. They don't respond. And again, I'm going to say shame on them. Shame on them. They can say that the city's a bad, we don't agree to a lot of things. Shame on them that they don't pick up. And since we've opened the shelter, they have not picked up our students. Correct? So therefore, we've had the shelter for a little while, and none of those students have been picked up to go to school. School starts on Monday. I will say that again. Victor Mendez talked about the ADA issue. I want to be really clear that we must comply with the law. We must abide by the law. If we have people that are disabled, I would hope that the staff and security and everybody's well trained on what are the ADA requirements. He's not the only one that has brought it to my attention. So I want to make sure that we do not fall in a situation where, again, we have to address that. So, Mr. City Manager, if we can look at that. Also, can we please get Fiesta Patrias, a schedule for Fiesta Patrias? I know we have the Chicano Heritage on Sunday, looking forward to it. But I'd like to schedule for Fiesta Patrias as well, because some of us had our schedule in advance, and so I just want to know the schedule, please. This Thursday, Memorial Park is the last concert in the park, and so we're really excited about that. The concerts in the park have been amazing, so hopefully we'll see you all there. Finally, the app, if I can get an update on when the translation of the My Santa Ana app will be taking place in Spanish and Vietnamese. I think I've been asking for over a year now. Many of us up here have been. So if I can get an email on when that occurs, will be taking place. Union Pacific put up a fence on Borchard Avenue, and within 4 hours, some of you may already know, within 4 hours it was cut. Homeless moved all their, I know Councilman Becerra, you like to call them criminals. We'll call them what they are. They cut the fence that Union Pacific put up, 4 hours, not even 4 hours. And they moved their mattresses back in and their couches, and they just went right back to living there. So when we say we want a holistic approach to homelessness, or we don't want poor people, it's really sad. It is. Some of them have severe mental health issues. But Union Pacific just put up a fence. And when we put up a fence, they're going to do the same exact thing. So if somebody has the answer, please put it in a bottle and sell it. You're going to make millions of dollars. What we need to do is go in there, clean it up again. If they're under the influence, you take them to jail. If they're breaking the law, take them to jail. If they're not, we offer them services. If they don't want to take them, we tell them to move along. Because with grants passed and everything that's happening, I'm noticing, and I've shared with you, that there are more homeless in our city. We cannot afford that. We cannot afford it. And I hope publicly, everybody up here is very clear about their position about homelessness. Because what is the answer? Because if you've got a better answer, again, I will say take them to your home. Because they're defecating on people's yards, they're masturbating in front of children, they're running around naked in front of children. We had a meeting with Memorial Park residents. This woman got arrested, she's running around naked. Wilshire Square concert, I was there. And I helped a lady, and I actually did a private citizen's arrest because everything was hanging out, and there were families and children there, and it was very disturbing. And I can go on and on about everything that goes on in this city with the homeless/criminal behavior, and I don't want to do that. What I want to say is that I know, Mr. City Manager, that you have a plan, or you're putting a plan together how to address this. And let's not forget that we hold the county accountable. If there's social workers they need, we connect them. Mental health, we connect them. We cannot carry the brunt. And we have people up here, council members, that are very close with the supervisor. Councilmember Lopez, I believe you work part-time for him. So this is great, right? Bring the resources to Santa Ana. Because I know when the supervisor was running for office, he said, I'm going to make Santa Ana a priority. That's what he told the voters. I'm going to make Santa Ana a priority. And he has a homeless program, and it helps with if you're about to be evicted, it gives you some money, helps with your bills. We need more than that. And their $8 billion budget, and each of them have a discretionary fund. I would hope that they're going to use a discretionary fund, our supervisor, on the homeless issues and the crime that's happening in our city, and not on other things that are not as important. So the needs of our constituents that want to have a good quality of life and be safe is a priority. And again, with that, congratulations, Mr. City Manager. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to you telling me no when you need to. And thank you to the staff that put everything together today. And thank you to all the people that attended, that are watching from home. And I don't think I forgot anything. And this meeting is adjourned.